the record. We left off with the witness on the stand. The witness will return to the stand. He remains under oath, and BHIT had just begun its cross-examination. And there was a pending question on the
There's
table.
a pending question. I'll try to remember the pending question and repeat it to the best of my knowledge and recollection. Ms. Roberts, prior to making an offer to purchase the assets from Baldhead Island Limited, did you or your company, Sharpview, undertake a due diligence investigation of those assets?
Good morning. Yes, we did. Thank you. We undertook extensive due diligence. We were fortunate in that there had been this process underway between Limited and Transportation on the one side and the authority in the village on the other side that had been underway for, I think, about 4 years. So a significant amount of work had been done already. They had sought a public bond rating for the ferry system itself. It had achieved an investment grade bond rating from Standard & Poor's. There had been an array of appraisals and due diligence reports prepared before we got involved, but then we obviously had to do all of our own due diligence as well, including all of the valuation and appraisal work. So I've been doing this for about 30 years. This is certainly on the more thorough end of the spectrum in terms of the amount of due diligence that was done.
And there had been appraisals done of the assets that you evaluated?
Of each asset individually, yes, including the land, including the vessels, including the aspects of what's being called the transportation system. So I think just about every component of the transaction has been individually appraised.
Based upon that due diligence, your evaluation of appraisals and other documents, did you make an offer to purchase those assets? You made an offer.
We did.
Okay. Did your company look at other ferry operations in other parts of the country as part of your due diligence?
We did. They're of limited relevance, but we did.
So, and you made an offer based upon your due diligence?
We did.
And the amount of that offer for the large parking, ferry, tram, what I'll call transportation assets, remember how much that offer was approximately?
Well, that was the 67.2 million for all of the assets combined, and the 56 million for the ferry, tram, barge, parking assets.
So there's additional assets in addition to just those associated with the barge, ferry, tram, and parking.
They're referred to as the supplemental assets in various materials, and those include the marinas on both the mainland and on the island, some development land that was discussed yesterday, some other real estate on the island.
But you're requiring interest of the Mitchells in addition to the assets we talked about here in this hearing.
We believe that we're acquiring just about all of the estate's remaining interests in and around Bald Head and Southport, with the exception of the Indigo property that's already been discussed. And there's some lighthouse keeper cottages on the island that are being sold separately.
So certainly you are a willing buyer of these assets, are you not?
Indeed.
And Bald Head Unlimited and Bald Head Transportation are a willing seller.
Absolutely.
And you've reached an agreement on that price?
Indeed.
And that price is memorialized in the asset purchase agreement?
That's right.
No further questions.
Mr. Higgins?
Yes, ma'am. Morning, Mr. Roberts.
Morning.
You say in your testimony that Sharpview has a greater interest in the success of Bald Head Island than the Mitchell family did. And the Mitchell family, would you agree, has owned and developed the property for approximately the last 40 years?
They have.
And is Sharpview's, and I'm quoting, greater interest a product of the purchase price it's prepared to pay for these assets?
No, I think it's a function of a couple of things. So the Mitchells did in fact develop the property, but for the last 9 years, as you've heard, the Mitchell estate has been run by professional executors whose interest is in liquidating these assets, and they are exiting entirely their interests in North Carolina, in and around Bald Head and Southport, whereas we are a local firm. We are based here in in Raleigh. Our investors are almost entirely North Carolina based. They all understand what Bald Head is. We have a significant number of homeowners invested with us in this transaction, and we're committed to the state, obviously, but also to the ecosystem in and around the island. Since announcing the transaction, I didn't realize how many people I knew who owned homes on Bald Head until we made this deal public, and since then I've gotten to know many more. But there's almost not a day that goes by, literally, that I don't get a call or a text or an email from somebody on the island about something, sometimes constructive, sometimes about their dog getting seasick on the ferry. But we haven't even closed the transaction yet, and we feel very integrated into the life of the island and the ecosystem there. I think much more so than remote managers, third-party managers based in Texas who are trying to liquidate assets for an estate have been or would be. It's also important to recognize that the management who's been involved with these assets for decades is staying in place and will continue to stay in place.
Sharpview won't be in the business of building homes and developing the island, will it?
Well, no, but we are acquiring a good bit of real estate on the island and at Deep Point that needs to be developed or otherwise handled appropriately. And so there's not lots for sale residential lots for sale that we're buying, but there's plenty of commercial real estate.
And that's the building at the Bald Head Marina that you're referring to.
Well, there's the Chandler building at the Bald Head Marina. There's the marinas on both sides themselves. There's the utility lot on the island. There's another commercial lot on the island. There's the development land at Deep Point that we discussed yesterday. So it's a pretty wide array of real estate.
Remind me, what's the extent of what you just called the development land at Deep Point?
I think that's about
Acreage.
7.5 acres.
Sorry, I interrupted you. In terms of acres?
It's about 7.5 acres.
Okay. Has Sharpview or any of its subsidiaries ever owned or operated a passenger ferry?
We've never owned and operated a passenger ferry before, but our job as investors is to make sure that there is strong management in place, which obviously there is in this case. We don't have to wonder about their capabilities or sufficiency because they've, as I say, been doing it for decades. We certainly have good familiarity with operating assets generally that are operationally intensive and putting the right management teams in place. I also got to know the ferry system, the North Carolina publicly owned and operated ferry system pretty well when I was in the budget office serving as state budget director. It was actually a time when the state operated ferry system was going through some financial difficulty. And so we spent a lot of time trying to get that onto a sound footing.
For the sake of time, if I was to ask you the same question as to whether Sharpview or its affiliates have ever owned or operated either a parking facility or a barge operation, would your answer be the same as what you just said?
For a barge operation, yes. For a parking facility, no. We routinely have parking operations as part of our investments.
And those are at commercial buildings or what setting?
Yes, at commercial buildings.
And those are pay parking arrangements?
Indeed.
You made a statement in your testimony about the testimony of Mr. Sawyer, who's the CEO of the Bald Head Island Club. You stated that he expressed a fear that parking would be eliminated. Now, would you indulge me and accept, subject to check, as we say in the utility world, that if you did a word search of his testimony, you can't find the word eliminated?
I think there was a general fear created from his testimony that somehow we would develop all the parking lots and there would be no options or fewer options for parking than there are now, when in fact we've made a commitment to keep all of the parking that's currently available.
Wasn't at least part of Mr. Sawyer's fear also that an unregulated monopolist would acquire the parking operation and that they consider that essential to the health of the island?
Well, as I say, we've already made the commitment to keep all of the parking that's available, and to keep pricing constant in real terms.
Let's talk about those commitments for a minute. Did Sharpview file the stipulation that the commission called for yesterday?
As far as I know, yes.
Council, has that happened actually?
It has.
Okay. In terms of commitments, do you envision those as being contractual commitments, structural commitments somehow? How would this commission enforce those commitments if Sharpview is not subject to, if it acquires these assets and it's not subject to the commission's regulatory oversight?
I tried to make clear yesterday that we're willing to enshrine those commitments in whatever way the commission finds suitable. I thought we had put them in writing. I think we have put them in writing to the public staff, and we're willing to enshrine them in any format that the commission desires.
So there was testimony yesterday afternoon during a closed session regarding different plans that Sharpview has analyzed with regard to its prospective acquisition of these assets. Would you agree that there is a broad range of potential outcomes with regard to how these assets are disposed of if you're able to acquire them?
Of course, just as there has been under the prior ownership.
Correct. But human experience tells us that plans can change, correct?
Of course.
You state in your testimony, then I'm quoting, that the parking can be operated and achieve a strong cash flow using conservative operating and CapEx assumptions. In fact, the parking is achieving a strong cash flow right now, isn't it?
Indeed, that's the point. It doesn't require aggressive assumptions or aggressive price increases to make it profitable. It's profitable already. Parking's an inherently profitable business. These parking lots across the street, across McDowell Street, run by the state of North Carolina with no profit motive, are highly profitable.
Speaking of the parking lots in Raleigh, if Sharpview hypothetically decided after a year or two to sell the parking operation to McLaurin Parking, how then are the interests of the Bald Head businesses, homeowners, contractors, how are they protected by the commission?
Now, first of all, that's not our plan, and I don't think that's going to happen. I think if that buyer were out there, then the estate, who again is trying to liquidate assets as aggressively as possible, would have sold to them already. But we've made clear that we're willing to convey the commitments that we've made on a contractual basis to another buyer. I also think that the market operates in this case. You heard testimony yesterday about the 106 acres of land that are for sale directly across the street from our lots. Our lots are 36 acres. There's more than enough land across the street available to replicate our entire parking operation. And in general, Southport and Brunswick County are not especially land constrained. It's not exactly downtown Raleigh.
Let's talk about your reference to the market. You stated in your testimony, and I'm quoting, "Market forces and basic economics dictate that available parking would be reasonably priced." Do you remember making that statement?
I do.
Do you agree, or will you concede that there is no existing option for parking in Southport right now for taking the ferry?
Well, no, I'm not sure I do agree. So there are plenty of other ways of getting to the ferry. If you get there at 7 o'clock in the morning, you'll see a lot of employees and contractors being dropped off by friends or maybe by rideshare. It's hard to tell by watching.
Well, I believe that the evidence that came out yesterday afternoon shows that parking facilities are, during the summer peak months, occupied nearly at 100%.
Not during peak months. I think there are 3 peak weekends
and that facilities are otherwise significantly occupied, more than half capacity. My point to you is that if there's no functional competitor available in Raleigh and available in Southport offering parking to the public, then there are no market forces disciplining the pricing at Deep Point, are there?
No, I'm not sure I agree. I think just the fact that the parking has been priced at such a reasonable level with so few increases over time. You heard $4 a day, $3 a day, depending on what kind of parking you have, has meant there's very little incentive to set up a competing operation. If parking were to increase beyond those reasonable levels, which we've committed not to do, then I think you would see competitors arise. Again, there's plenty of land nearby.
Let's talk about that daily rate number you just threw out. You testified yesterday that 40% of the ferry traffic is day trippers.
Well, I want to clarify something I said about that. I also said that it's very hard to tell who is a day tripper and who isn't because there's not day tripper ticket class. 40% buy what's called a general fare ticket.
Right. 40% buy a general fare ticket. If those are in fact day trippers or other folks who elect not to buy the annual pass.
Right.
And they're using the general parking lot, what are they paying per day?
You pay $12 a day if you just drive up and park without any sort of pass.
Will you agree that if the parking facilities and the parking operation that's available at Deep Point is Coca-Cola, that there's no Pepsi in Southport?
No, again, I'm not sure I agree. There are other ways to get to the ferry.
I understand there are other ways to get to the ferry. Is there any other place to park?
You can park in Southport and have a friend drop you off. You can take Uber if you're a contractor and you live in Southport. Why wouldn't you get your teenage son to take you to the airport, to take you to the parking the way I do to get to the airport?
You made a statement in your testimony with regard to the commitments that Sharpview is prepared to make. And if you have your testimony, I would ask you to turn to page 11
Yep.
and look at line 16. Just tell me when you're there.
You know, again, I'm not sure I have the same copy that council here is.
Well,
is
let
working on.
me just ask you,
Yeah.
see if we can do this just by question. I read your testimony to say at that location that one of Sharpview's proposed commitments was that it would continue the imputation of the approximately $523,000, which is currently being imputed from parking to the ferry operation.
Indeed.
I read your statement in that regard to indicate that imputation, or that Sharpview proposed that imputation would end when the next ferry rate case was filed. Is that correct?
No, that wasn't my intention. And my assumption is during the next ferry rate case, all of that will be discussed and the appropriate level will be decided.
All right, so I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, and Madam Chair, if I might, I just would like to clarify my answer to Mr. Higgins' questions. When he said were the stipulations filed, it was my interpretation that he was speaking of the stipulations we discussed at the end of the preliminary injunction hearing. The conditions that Mr. Roberts has talked about have been included in his rebuttal testimony and have been discussed with the public side. I just want to make sure I didn't answer that question improperly. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Yes, my question was only about the stipulation that was discussed during the preliminary injunction hearing.
Thank you.
I hadn't seen it, so I didn't know if it had been
Right,
filed.
then I answered it correctly. Thanks. Mr. Roberts, you were asked about some representations that you made in various meetings with stakeholders. You heard
Yes.
that. And I think you recall that Mr. Briggs testified that you were wonderfully cooperative with him and the association in your meetings and your intentions about the assets you were buying from the Mitchell family.
Yes.
How about other stakeholders? Were you also able to meet with the village or their representatives? And if so, how many times? And tell us a little bit about that.
Thank you. I think we've met with we made a point of meeting with Mayor Quinn the day that we announced the transaction as a courtesy to him, as well as with Susan Raven from the authority. I think we then had 3 formal meetings with the representatives of the village, the mayor and the mayor pro tem, at Brooks Pierce's offices in Wilmington and in Raleigh. And then I think we did 2 formal presentations on the island under the auspices of the Bald Head Island Association, and we've had 2 formal meetings with the authority.
And during those meetings, did you make the same assurances to the village personnel that you made to Mr. Briggs and the association during those meetings?
We did.
And you believe those assurances have been memorialized in your testimony and your conditions and commitments in this matter?
I did. I would just add, when it comes to Mr. Briggs and Mayor Pro Tem Gardner and Mayor Quinn, you know, the rest of us get paid for being here. It's our day jobs. They're here on a volunteer basis, and it's probably a lot more than they thought they had signed up for when they agreed to take on these roles. So I really appreciate the time and effort that they've spent with us and with other stakeholders trying to ensure a good outcome here. It really is a labor of love for them and probably a thankless job back there on the island.
Understood. In those meetings, you also reiterated your intent for a long-term hold of these assets. Is that correct?
Indeed.
And I believe you testified yesterday during questions from the village that that long-term hold is the model that's going to be followed here, correct?
That's right.
And that's represented in the January 2022 presentation?
It is.
And you've also referred to that as the base case, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have to basically arrive at the base case before your fiduciary duty allows you to sign the APA and move forward with those assets on behalf of the investors?
Absolutely.
You've answered some questions about the conditions that Sharpview is willing to make. Is it your thought and discussions with the public staff that those will be made as a part of the transfer proceeding in the sub 22 matter?
Yes, again, we're happy to enshrine those in whatever matter the commission thinks appropriate, but we've already put them in writing to the public staff.
In looking at those conditions, and particularly the rates, you recall Mr. Briggs' testimony yesterday that the individuals that park at the Deep Point parking lot have a good deal.
I think so.
And do you agree that they have a good deal?
Absolutely.
And does Sharpview intend to continue the good deal that the individuals that park in that lot have?
Yeah, you don't have to take our word for it. You saw the projections that we showed to our investors, 50 cents increase in pricing every other year.
And there's been questions about the timing of the commitments as it relates to parking. I believe your rebuttal testimony says that you have proposed or considering a 4-year commitment on those conditions. Why 4 years? Why not go ahead and say it's forever?
Not set in stone. We're obviously happy to discuss an appropriate length with everybody here. Perpetuity is obviously a long time. We need some ability to make predictions for our investors, and so 4 years seemed like a reasonable amount of time. But again, it's not set in stone.
So that's something that you would anticipate discussing with the public staff as a part of any consideration of conditions going forward with the transfer.
By all means.
And there's been also discussion about what's next. What happens if Sharpview is approached by unexpected buyer that would buy these assets? And you said that you were open to discussing, binding any purchaser of those assets for some period of time. How would you envision that would work?
I think contract law has the ability to handle that nuance.
So it would just be part of any transfer of any asset that might be sold that's related to the proceeding.
That's my instinct. If there are other better ways of doing it, we're certainly open to that.
In discussing Sharpview's investment on the island, you just answered a series of questions from Mr. Higgins. Talk about the access to the marina. Is it your understanding that that's public and would continue as such?
They are private roads once you turn off of State Road 211, and I think that's probably better for everybody than the taxpayers of Brunswick County maintaining those roads. But access is unfettered and will remain unfettered. So there's a marina that uses the same roads that people need to get to and from. The shipping and receiving operations for the barge use those roads. There are easements in place governing those roads. The town of Southport has a substation on the property for which it has an easement. And more broadly, we're just incentivized to have traffic. We're operating a ferry, a commercial operation. We're incentivized to make it as easy as possible for people to get there and use our service, just like North Hills Mall is incentivized. Those are private roads too. You don't see anybody stopping access there. So we'll make whatever commitments necessary there about access, but they're already governed by these easements.
Right. Mr. Stiers asked you some questions about your evaluation of the assets and the due diligence that you performed before entering the APA. Can you talk a little bit about your fiduciary duty to the investors in order to make sure those are wise decisions to purchase assets and the valuation?
Yeah, look, I mean, we are fiduciaries. It's not my money. It's mostly not my money. And we have a responsibility to ensure that we're using our investors' money wisely and in a prudent way, and that we're committing it in a way that we think has a sound opportunity of earning them a fair return. And we think we've done that in this case. Obviously, Mr. Paul and the representatives of Limited and Transportation have the same fiduciary responsibility to their investors, as it were, to the estate, and that's what makes an arm's length transaction.
In valuing the assets and some of the information included in the investor presentations that you discussed yesterday, there were certain assumptions made about approvals going forward, either for rates or otherwise. Do you recognize that those are all open questions that the commission would decide at the appropriate time?
Yes, of course.
And you just had to build in certain projections for purposes of analyzing the transaction?
Indeed.
There's also discussion about the increased ridership as a goal. Does the analysis build in a modest increase based on construction on the island as far as analyzing the potential returns on those assets?
Yeah, the analysis we showed yesterday in the financial materials shows an increase of ridership that's actually significantly below what's been achieved historically. Again, just in the interest of showing conservative projections that reflect the stability of these cash flows.
Yesterday, you were asked some questions about language you used in your investor presentation, the phrase de facto monopoly. Do you remember that yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. And were you in the commission room when Dr. Wright testified that parking is not a natural monopoly, but is in a de facto monopoly position?
Yes.
Okay. In the use of that phrase de facto monopoly, what did that kind of mean to you when you made it, and what was the context?
Well, so I think what we have at Deep Point now is there's not another place to park adjacent to the ferry. So if you want the most convenient way of getting to the ferry, and you're willing to pay between $3 and $12 a day to do that, depending on what kind of ticket you buy, you use the lots that are part of this transaction. But that's far different from a natural monopoly, which is what you think of in the context of utilities law or antitrust law, in which something like power generation, in which there truly is no choice, no options, no elasticity for the consumer.
And you've talked a lot about the economic properties and pressures that exist here that are not likely to lead to predatory pricing, such that the protection of the public is needed. Could you just expand on that a little bit?
Well, so I think the biggest misconception from the complainant's case is that the homeowners represent the largest source of marginal demand. You've heard the testimony that homeowners make up 7% of the traffic on the ferries. You heard Mr. Gardner's testimony about their vote on the bond. I think 275, 280 people. That's two ferries, less than two ferries of capacity, their entire electorate. So what drives ridership and what drives usage of the parking is all of these other uses: the renters, the employees, the contractors, and the day trippers. Their demand, I don't want to pretend that their demand is perfectly elastic, but it's a heck of a lot more elastic than the average utility consumer. They're price sensitive, they have choices, they have other options for getting to the ferry, they have other options for getting to the island. You heard about the water taxis. There are plenty of people who take their own boats back and forth. There are marinas on both sides. There's a marina at Southport that is not part of this transaction. It's not owned either by Limited or transportation will be owned by Sharpview, owned by an independent third party, where a lot of islanders keep their boats. And I think everybody on the island also knows that there's a pretty healthy black market. A lot of college kids earning money for college, running people back and forth on their own boats, again, not using the Deep Point Marina. So there's a pretty healthy market already, and if pricing wasn't as reasonable as it is now, you just see that market grow.
And even though you believe that the economic pressures are such that prices and availability would stay in place, you're still willing to make those conditions to raise comfort levels in the transfer proceeding?
That's right.
Madam Chair, I do not have any further questions at this time.
All right, are there questions from the commission? Commissioner McKissick?
Just one or two questions. There's been discussion about this 106-acre tract of land that's across the Deep Point Terminal. Are you familiar with that tract of land?
I'm certainly aware of it. I haven't walked it.
You haven't walked it. Now, has Sharpview or any of its affiliates or any other entity that you may own or control expressed interest in acquiring that property?
No, in fact, when there was testimony yesterday about the purchase price, that was news to me.
That was news to you.
I hadn't heard that. I was simply aware, you can't miss it. There's a big for sale sign across the street from
Right.
the Deep Point lot. So I was aware that it was for sale, but that's about as much as I know.
And in terms of the parking that's available where, I guess, Indigo Plantation is, you're familiar with that as well?
I am.
And I guess that's the same question. Has Sharpview or any of its affiliates or any other entity that you own and control expressed interest in acquiring that parcel?
We will not be acquiring that parcel. So we did have conversations with Limited early on and with the developer who is acquiring that parcel, or who I believe is under contract to acquire that parcel, about whether we could play a constructive role. But those discussions ultimately never went anywhere. And I can say here on the record, we will not be acquiring any assets related to Indigo or any part of that property.
Right. And are you aware of what the entity that will be acquiring it? I gather, is there a contract separate and apart that, or they may be selling that Indigo property to another?
I don't want to speak to details of a transaction that I'm not a part of. And Mr. Paul is here and is part of that transaction. But my understanding is that it is under contract to a real estate developer. But that's the extent of my understanding.
Of your knowledge, okay.
Yes.
And then lastly, I mean, yeah, of course, there's the asset purchase agreement that includes, everything that we've discussed. If for some reason the North Carolina Utilities Commission decided that the parking and or the barge should be subject to Utility Commission regulation, would Sharpview and its affiliates proceed in closing on the transaction?
I think we're contractually obligated to do so under the APA.
Thank you. Don't have any further questions.
Commissioner Devlin?
Good morning. So yesterday you testified about a path to profitability for the ferry, and without mentioning the numbers, you gave certain numbers for 1 year and then the next year. And with that path to profitability, were you including the imputation of the parking revenues? And if you were, is it the current amount, or did you use different amounts?
We use the current amount, but I also do think that it's possible for the ferry to become more profitable on its own without the imputation, largely through the increased ridership. So every ferry that leaves with an empty seat on it is a loss to us. It's just like an airplane taking off. And there are an awful lot of people talk about 4th of July weekend, but that's not the average ferry ride. The average ferry ride is not particularly full. And by increasing ridership, we can increase the profitability of that operation. The costs are relatively fixed. It costs roughly the same amount to run a ferry with one person on it as with 150 people on it. So the path to profitability is through increasing the ridership.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Roberts. So earlier in the hearing, I think on the first day, we heard um, that something to the effect that a tolling agreement was being worked on with regard to the APA. Has that been entered into at this point? And I think it pertained to the outside date.
We've certainly reached agreement from a
Agreement.
commercial standpoint, whether it's been formally executed and.
No,
and-
that answers
Yes.
answers my question right there. Thank you. So is the Deep Point Terminal and the Ball Head Island Terminal, are they parts of the parking facility asset?
No, the terminal building itself is not part of the parking. That's part of the ferry operations and same on the island.
And, but in that manner, it's therefore part of the assets that are being purchased as
The-
part of the ferry.
Yes, the part of the transaction includes there's a terminal building on the mainland at Deep Point. There's not really a terminal building in the same way on the island. There's a dock, there's a landing with a covered area.
All right, thank you. Is it true that there's no market for the parking lot facility that would support its valuation if it were not used as a parking lot for the ferry?
I think that probably is true at the current time. I think the highest and best use for that 36 acres of land is as parking.
And that's the current, that was my next question. Is there another better use? Is there another better use for the property that would support the same valuation?
I think the highest and best use is as parking. As I mentioned yesterday, there is some development land adjacent to the marina, adjacent to the parking that's not currently being used. It's undeveloped land. It's not needed for parking that I think we believe we can develop as into an alternative use, but that won't touch the current parking at all. And again, we're committed to keep the same amount of parking available.
And a moment ago, you gave a response about the availability of other means for people to travel back and forth to the island, and you mentioned like the water taxis. Given that the island is a private island, do you know whether there are landing points for these other vehicles that would remain unimpeded?
Yeah, that happens routinely now. And importantly, the village owns the entrance to the marina.
All right. And the last question, are there any concerns from Sharpview's point of view about the parking and barge being subject to the regulation of this commission that we haven't discussed? And if we need to go in a confidential session to answer that question, I just want to be sure all the concerns are in the record.
No, I appreciate that. To me, regulation, there's a cost to the regulation itself. I mean, look around. You've got all these lawyers. You would have to go through the rate case process. It's likely that would be contested. So that process imposes a cost, which is then borne by the users. Those costs of regulation are in the rate base and flow through to the cost of parking, the way they do now to the cost of riding the ferry. And so if pricing has been stable for 30 years and the new buyer commits to keeping pricing stable and market forces, in our view, ensure that pricing will remain stable, to me, regulation would just add a cost borne by the users in exchange for something that's not necessary.
And any other concerns, or from where you sit, all the concerns have now been vetted and stated in this record?
I think so. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Duffley?
On page 10 of your testimony, and this is your commitment to parking, you talk about how you would succeed in that commitment. And you state through the acquisition and development of other conveniently located parking lots with regular shuttle service to convey passengers and their baggage to and from the Deep Point terminal. My question is, how far or the timing do you think is reasonable? Does that question make sense to you? What's in a reasonable amount of time to provide quality service for parking? Is it a 10-minute shuttle ride? Is it a 30-minute shuttle ride?
Thanks. First of all, we don't have any plan to develop the lots and move the parking somewhere else. Hopefully I've made that clear, and I do think the highest and best use for that land is as parking. What we had in mind when we made that commitment was the previous parking that was available at Indigo. And I don't mean using Indigo to service Deep Point. What I mean is when the ferry terminal was at Indigo, there were shuttle lots moving passengers from more remote parking areas at Indigo to the ferry terminal at Indigo. And so that's what we had in mind when we made that commitment. And others with more history with the Indigo asset can speak to how long that shuttle ride was, but I think it was a few minutes.
So the answer to the question is 5 to 10 minutes?
I think that's
15
fair.
minutes? Thank you.
All right, are there questions on commission's questions? And I'll start with the village.
I do.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner Brown Bland asked you about some of the other means of transportation. And I believe you referenced earlier, she was responding to your testimony about, I guess, private boats, water taxis, and I'll call the college students, those three categories. My understanding is roughly 400,000 passengers traveled on the ferry in 2021. Is that about right?
I had a slightly different number, but for these purposes, that's
Okay.
fine.
So, okay. Is it your understanding that the water taxis, private boats, and college students have the capacity to transfer 400,000 individual
Oh, no,
passengers?
no,
from
I
the
wasn't
island?
trying to imply that there were full substitutes for the ferries. My point was that the most inelastic source of demand is the homeowners. The demand from all of the other riders, which is the bulk of the demand, that demand is more elastic than is for the homeowners. The demand is least elastic for the homeowners who have to get to their houses, and they're the ones who have these other sources. The boats, for example, the private boats, I think most people who own boats also own homes on the island.
Okay. But in terms of I would say maybe the broader public, they don't have the same ability to use these other means of.
Well, I don't know about, they certainly have the same ability. I think you heard testimony from the club that they're a heavy user of the water taxi services. It's all about marginal demand.
Okay. No further questions.
I had
Questions on commission's questions?
No.
Questions on commission's questions? Mr. Higgins?
Yes, ma'am. I have a question, Mr. Roberts. You talked about the inelasticity of the demand of the roughly 275 full-time residents. You recall the evidence that there are now approximately 1,250 homes on Bald Head?
Yes.
So there are more than 275 homeowners that are going back and forth from the island, aren't there?
Oh, yes. No, they're just not full-time residents. And I think if it's your beach house, your vacation house, your demand's probably a little more elastic than if it's your primary residence. I'm not saying fully elastic. I'm just saying it's all on a spectrum. I'm just saying more elastic.
Well, if it's your beach house and you want to get there, you have to get across the water somehow.
But as you said, if you want to get there, if it's your primary residence, you have to get there. If it's your beach house, you want to get there.
Fair enough. I don't have any other questions.
Questions for Mr. Farrell?
No questions.
All right, I will entertain your motions.
Madam Chair, move the Exhibit A to the rebuttal testimony of Lee Roberts into evidence. I believe the testimony is already admitted.
Correct. There being no objection, that motion is allowed. Exhibit A is received into evidence.
Uh, Commissioner Brown Bland, we would ask that Robert's cross-examination exhibits 1 and 2 be moved into evidence.
That motion is also allowed. I believe that was all of,
And actually, one last thing, there was one other document used in cross with Mr. Roberts, the July 2022 January 2022 presentation. That's not going to be moved in by the village. We'd like to move that into evidence.
is that the one that's already in as a part of Dr. Wright's
Yeah.
testimony?
Correct.
It was attached. Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Mhm. All right, Mr. Roberts, thank you. You may be excused. All right, the case is now down to the respondent. Respondents.
Limited in BHIT, called James Leonard.
Would you place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right? Do you sincerely and solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, please be seated. Mr. Eisinger.
Good morning, Mr. Leonard.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and business address for the record, please?
My name is James Leonard. My business address is 4040 Lake Washington Boulevard, Kirkland, Washington.
And Mr.
Mr.
Leonard,
Leonard, your voice sort of trails off at the end, so just
Sorry
make
about
sure
that.
you,
I'll get a little closer.
all right, that'll help our court reporter out.
Thank you.
Mr. Leonard, could you describe how you're employed?
I'm a founding partner in Mercator International LLC. We're a transportation logistics consulting firm.
Mr. Leonard, have you caused to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 29 pages in question and answer format and 12 associated exhibits?
I have.
And are those exhibits identified within the testimony?
Yes, they are.
Was that testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
If you were asked those same questions today, now that you're under oath, would you provide the same answers as in your pre-filed testimony?
I would.
Do you have any corrections or additions to either to your testimony in this action?
I had one small correction. Sorry, I had it written down on another note. Page 15, line 11. Strike the word 30 and year.
Could you say that again?
Strike the two words 30 and year, 30 year.
Mr. Leonard, have you prepared a summary of your pre-filed testimony to present today?
I have.
And were you to deliver that summary today orally and under oath, would you do so as it has been supplied and filed with the commission?
Yes, I would.
Madam Chair, at this time, respondents move for admission into evidence the pre-filed direct testimony consisting of 29 pages in question and answer format and the 12 associated exhibits, as well as the summary of Mr. Leonard's testimony.
The direct evidence of witness James Leonard will be received in evidence at this time and treated as if given orally from the witness stand. The summary will also be received into evidence at this time. The exhibits attached to the pre-filed direct testimony will be identified as they were when pre-filed.
With the chair's permission, Mr. Leonard is available for cross-examination.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard.
Second on our sheet, we have Sharp View.
No question.
All right. And then the village.
Good morning, Mr. Leonard. My name is Marcus Trathan. I'm a lawyer for the Village of Bald Head Island. Now, you were hired by Limited to conduct due diligence on the sale of the transportation assets, correct?
That's correct.
And what was your role in that project?
Well, I was the lead partner, the project manager. I visited the facilities. I retained some sub-consultants, oversaw the work.
Okay. And that included the preparation of the due diligence summary, which is attached to your testimony as Exhibit B, correct?
Well, it was an extensive report. Is that what you're talking about?
It's your document, is it a
Yeah,
summary? It's a report?
it's a report titled Bald Head Island Sellers Due Diligence for the date of 14 January 2018. Is that what you're talking about?
Okay, yes. And you also prepared a bond feasibility study for Bald Head Island Transportation Authority, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is it your understanding that Limited funds Bald Head Island Transportation Authority?
Objection if you know.
it may. It's not been my business to know. It's not been important to me. So I don't know what they're doing.
You don't know.
What do I know about that? I've heard it said that well, I know that the authority has no resources of its own, and it may be getting the what it needs. I'm not sure what it actually needs from Limited.
Okay. And I see from your bio that was included with your testimony that you are an engineer by training. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're not a lawyer.
Is that a question?
That is a question, yes.
I am not a lawyer.
And you're not an economist, is that correct?
I have some economic training. I have a master's degree from MIT Sloan School of Business, so I'm reasonably well acquainted.
Okay, but that's a business degree?
Yes,
Okay. And you're not an accountant, correct?
I'm not an accountant.
Um, am I correct that you're not an expert in utility regulation?
No, I'm not a utility regulation expert.
Okay. And certainly you've never testified before this commission.
No, I have not.
Have you testified before any state public service commission?
I've testified before the Canadian authority that was reviewing the development of a port project in Canada, not any state commissions.
Yeah. And have you ever provided expert assistance in a rate case matter before a state utilities commission?
No, I have not. I think maybe this is a good time to point out that I'm not here to provide such advice. I'm here to provide context and information about the assets and about the operations and how they are similar or different than others that might be subject or that are operated around North America.
Okay, if you would turn to page 29 of your testimony. If you would look at, starting at line 5 through the end of that paragraph. Am I correct here that you are testifying about valuation of assets for rate-based purposes?
I suppose you could treat it that way. I'm giving it an opinion about this issue from my perspective as an infrastructure investor, analyst, operator.
Well, you see in line 9, you're talking about rate base, and you're offering testimony about the valuation of assets that should have come into rate base. You see that?
Yes.
Did you write this?
I did.
Okay. And this is not based on your evaluation of applicable utility statutes or utilities regulations with respect to rate regulation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you're not offering an opinion on the regulatory standards that would be applicable in a rate case, correct?
Correct.
Now, as I understand it, your company, Mercator's, has experience across the freight transportation spectrum. Is that correct?
Transportation, broadly speaking.
Okay. And with respect to the word freight, freight generally refers to goods transported in bulk.
No, no, freight is goods transported, goods being transported, not necessarily in bulk.
Okay. Goods of all manner. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And would you agree that a person is not freight?
I would agree that a person's not freight.
And a person driving a vehicle is not freight?
It is attendant to the freight. Is it, not sure where you're going. Is it freight? No, it's a person.
Okay. With respect to regulation of barges, I see that you have some experience with ferries in Hawaii. You recall stating that on page 3 of your testimony?
I did.
Okay. And are you aware that Hawaii is an example of a state that regulates barges?
I am aware of that, yes.
Okay. Young Brothers is an example of an entity regulated in Hawaii by the Public Service Commission as a barge?
It is the entity.
Okay. With respect to Deep Point, do you agree with the following statement in reference to the Deep Point parking facilities? It is critical for ferry riders that there is reasonable access to a sufficient number of suitable parking facilities.
Yes,
Okay. Glad you said that because in fact, that's a statement from your testimony at page 24, correct?
glad I passed.
Okay.
Was that?
Now, directing your attention to page 25 of your testimony at lines 5 and 7. Are you there?
What's the line number, please?
5 to 7.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, there you say that the commission shouldn't regulate parking, but it should ensure that parking is available either at the terminal or in convenient community locations, that independent parking operators be allowed access to the market, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as to the market that you're referencing here, you're referring to the ferry terminal?
I'm referring to access to the terminal, yes.
Okay. Now, how do you envision that the commission will ensure access to this market when the owner of the terminal and the owner of all the real estate and access roads leading to the terminal is not subject to its regulatory authority?
Well, I think someone can be assured of something without actually doing it themselves. You can be assured that something's going to happen if they know that it's going to happen through other means. Achieving this assurance doesn't require the commission to issue a regulation if it knows, as I believe it does from the testimony already given, that such access is already ensured.
So we have testimony that there presently is access. And we have testimony, as I recall, the record will speak for itself, that if Sharpview acquires the assets, they would intend to continue permitting access, correct?
That's there. We also heard evidence that there are easements granted for free access to the terminal. And we heard from Sharpview that it's clearly in their business interest to allow access to the ferry because they're in the business of getting people to the ferry.
with respect to easements, you have in your report have analyzed the various property and holdings and rights associated with these assets, correct?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Well, let me just get right to the point here. With respect to that, you referenced the easements. Bald Head Island Transportation, the regulated entity, does not hold an easement to use the access roads, does it?
I think, well, I'm not a real estate lawyer, but my understanding is that an easement of the sort we're talking about would attach to the land, not to so that the easement exists, then people can access the road.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge as to a public easement permitting public access to the terminal?
It wasn't necessary for me to know that, and I didn't research it. I'm repeating here what I have learned.
Okay.
What was necessary for me to know to evaluate these assets was to develop a reasonable set of assumptions about how they would be operated, who would want to use them, what would be the costs and revenues, because the objective was clearly not to present this report to the Utilities Commission, but rather to build a sound footing for evaluation and for advice to the seller about what they had to offer. I wasn't making judgments about regulatory issues when I did that report. I was building a legitimate and supportable business case.
I'm asking about your testimony that you just gave. Do you understand? I'm not asking now about the report.
Could you repeat the question?
About easements, do you have any personal knowledge about the easements? And I think your answer is no.
I heard sworn testimony about them today,
That's the extent of your knowledge is what you heard
and I've
today.
been told that they exist. I asked the question, I don't remember exactly when during the course of my investigations, but I wanted to know that that this was possible, that the access would be free because free to shuttle services or drop off people or whoever else wanted to visit the terminal, because I thought that was important in terms of us understanding the market potential of the assets. Others can testify about the presence or non-presence of easements. That's not for me. It's not why I'm here.
Okay. Now, with respect to let me ask you about let me move on that from that. So at pages 21 through 27, you discuss your research into ferries in other states. Do you recall that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And at line 6 and 7 on page 22, you refer to your exhibit J. And you say that ferries exist in a variety of settings. But then in exhibit J, you state that you provide a summary of ferry systems which are similar to Bald Head Island. Is that your testimony in exhibit J that these ferries are similar to Bald Head Island?
I would say they are similar in the sense that they are ferries. Yes, they're similar in some dimension or another.
Okay. Now, with respect to the last, are you on column, exhibit J?
Yes.
The last column on the right with respect to regulated parking.
Yes.
Okay. Want to ask you a few questions about your understanding of that term for purposes of this chart. And for purposes of my questions, I'm talking about situations where a ferry company also provides parking. Okay, which is
Okay.
the situation we have at Bald Head Island, correct?
Fine.
Okay. If a ferry and parking is regulated by a local government, do you count that as regulation?
If the ferry, it's regulated in what sense? I'm sorry.
Regulated by local government?
I think for the purposes of this chart, what I was getting at is whether or not their rates and services are regulated, not whether or not they meet local jurisdictional requirements or any other normal regulatory requirement of a local business. That would not qualify here as regulated.
So you didn't look for that.
No, I mean, do you have to, health and safety rules and other things unrelated to the issue of rates and service and so forth? I did not look at them.
And so if a state public service commission tells a ferry operator that they can't raise parking rates by more than CPI, is that regulation under your definition?
I suppose it would be.
Okay. And are you aware that this Utilities Commission, in fact, ordered that with respect to the Bald Head Island Ferry in the 2010 rate case?
Yeah, but I produced this table this year.
Okay. If a state public service commission tells a ferry operator that they have to make parking available, is that regulation?
It would depend. I suppose it would. I'm not aware of it. Because I can see from my survey that you know, sometimes parking is provided by the ferry operator and sometimes it's not. So that seems to not be a major issue for ferry operators.
Okay, did you?
Let me stop you, Mr. Tracy. Up here, the commissioners aren't able to locate this Exhibit J. And we don't see it.
It's not online
On our-
and it's not
on
in
our-
hard copy.
Oh, dear.
None of us have it, either in hard copy or online.
Mr. Reisinger, do you have additional available copies?
I-
Was
I-
it filed confidentially?
No, this document was public and I printed out a copy off of the one we circulated among the parties. I didn't bring copies of it intending to do it, but we can make copies of it.
I have an exhibit that is Exhibit J.
All right. At least one of us.
We
Yeah,
can
fine.
circulate the next recess. We can try to make a copy and circulate the next recess.
You want it now? Let's get, you can approach the witness. Mr. Mertz, can you get enough copies for the commission to have copies with us? You can do that right next door.
Sorry.
Greg has it because he's going to do that with you.
Oh,
The map. I have.
yes.
All right, Mr. Leonard, I've handed you a document. Is this a copy of your Exhibit J, albeit with some markings in red and some shading in yellow that were not part of the original filing?
It appears to be.
I'll represent to you that the writing and the shading are my additions to it, but otherwise it's Exhibit A. Does that look accurate?
I believe so.
Exhibit J. Would like to mark this as, help me out here, Village Leonard Cross Exhibit number 1.
It'll be so identified.
Thank you. Okay. So I'll get to this in just 1 second, but to reorient folks, we were talking about the right-hand column with regards to regulation, and I was exploring with you what you looked at for purposes of this evaluation. And I believe where we were, let me back up. I'd asked you about raising parking rates by more than inflation. And you said that was regulation. Did you look for that in the states that you examined, whether or not those were the orders regulating, putting caps on rates?
Maybe the way to answer that question is to tell you what I did. I contacted a good number of ferry operators, and I contacted state agencies with the question of whether or not they were regulating or mandating, controlling, whatever the word is you choose to use, the rate setting for parking at locations that serve the ferries. I got the answer was no each time I tried. I spoke to somebody at each of these in the state or had some reason to believe that I was getting a no answer. It's important to note that this isn't presented as a collectively exhaustive list of all ferries and whether or not they are regulated. And the all ferry, looked everywhere. It's very hard to prove a negative, as you probably know. So what I set out to do was to see if I could find a yes. And I asked everybody I could that knew about what was happening at the ferry operations, ferry parking, across this spectrum of places. I used the membership list of the Passenger Vessel Association, which is a broad list of ferry passenger vessel operators. And I asked everybody I could whether or not they knew of a situation where ferry parking was regulated. And the universal answer was no. So I don't represent that one doesn't exist. What I represent is that my good faith efforts to find one yielded nothing. I talked to operators, an engineering firm that does ferry design throughout the country, and who wrote a large report about the Mackinac Island ferries, which are actually fairly similar to the Bald Head Island situation, a carless island served by, in this case, 2 ferry services, but nonetheless, very similar geography and characteristics. And I universally got the answer, no, we don't have that here. From California to Rhode Island, I did my best to find one. As far as I know, no one else has found one either.
Okay. When you ask somebody a question, the response that you get back is based on the information that you're seeking, correct? And that's what I'm trying to explore with you is the extent of your investigation. So let me ask you this, just sort of another iteration of this. If parking is included in a ferry company's rate base, it would be regulated, would it not?
If I had, if that, I suppose, yes. And so.
And you didn't ask that question when you asked folks whether you regulated pricing, you didn't ask if it was in rate base.
In that circumstance, if I received that question about whether if I was a ferry and parking operator and somebody asked me that question about whether my parking rates were regulated and my parking was in the rate base and controlled by the same people who control my ferry ticket prices, my answer would surely have been, yes, it's regulated. And so for anybody who would have had it in their rate base, they would have said yes, and I got no yeses.
Okay. And would you agree that the Bald Head Island Ferry is passenger only?
Yes, it would meet the criteria for passenger
Okay.
only.
And would you agree that there are no nearby parking alternatives for the public to access that ferry?
At the present time, that's correct.
And would you agree that there are no other ways for the public to get to Bald Head Island other than the ferry?
No, I think that's not true. There are other ways to get to the ferry, to get to the island. We heard about them this morning, for instance.
Well, I'm talking about a public means of transportation. I'm not talking about the off water taxi. I'm talking about the public getting to the island. It's not a road.
Well, those people on the water taxi are surely members of the public. The people who own boats that go there on their own are surely members of the public. So that was the context of my answer.
Okay. And you also heard Mr. Roberts say that that's not a substitute for the ferry in any shape, form, or fashion.
No, the scale is too small and the
Yes.
number of, the capacity is not there to replace the ferry.
Okay.
Surely not.
Can you identify, well, let me talk about some of these. So with respect to this Exhibit J, the ferries that I've highlighted are all instances where parking is supplied by a third party, correct?
Each of those highlights.
Your column, your column next to regulated parking.
Yeah, you haven't highlighted all of them, but all those that are highlighted meet that criteria, yes.
Okay. And so that's not the Bald Head situation. We don't have third-party parking.
At present, no, we have the potential for it, which I think is an important distinction.
Okay.
But at the moment, we do not.
And with respect to my notation of VF, that stands for vehicle ferry. For example, Steamship Authority is a vehicle ferry, is it not?
Yes, the steamship, well, they run both, actually. They run vehicle ferries and they run high-speed passenger-only ferries.
Okay. And with respect to just sticking with this Nantucket example, there's an airport in Nantucket, is there not?
I believe there is. I haven't flown into it, but I believe that it exists, yes.
Okay, so you've got 4 different ferries and an airport and third-party parking for Nantucket.
Correct.
Looking at Martha's Vineyard, Steamship Authority again is vehicle ferry, correct?
Yes.
And there's an airport in Martha's Vineyard.
Again, if you say there is, I won't disagree with you. I haven't flown there.
Okay, you're willing to accept, subject to
Yeah.
check, that there's an
There
airport?
probably is.
Yes. So Martha's Vineyard, got a vehicle ferry, you got 4 different providers, and you've got an airport. Is that
Okay.
correct? Did you
I'm sorry,
respond?
is there quite a,
Yes, did you agree with that?
you were talking about what geography at that point?
Okay, so we're talking about Martha's Vineyard.
Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah.
Yes, there's multiple ferry operators, and some third-party operators, third-party parking suppliers.
Okay. Just continuing on, don't know that we need to go through the whole list, but just continue on a little bit. Interstate, well, before we get to that, Bay State going to Provincetown, that's accessible by road, is it not?
Yes, it is. You can drive to Provincetown.
Okay. And this ferry leaves from Boston.
Correct.
Okay. Interstate navigation, Block Island, it's vehicle ferry, correct?
Yes.
A&R Marine, Prudence Island is vehicle ferry.
I believe so. I'm less familiar with that. Then that's when I would check my list, but
And you should
It
accept,
could well be.
subject to check.
fine.
Okay, Fire Island, this is right off Long Island, New York, correct?
It is.
Okay. There are multiple ferries, correct?
Yeah, well, yes, yes and no. The island is exceedingly long, and the ferries are serving rather distinct areas on the island. My review of the maps, I haven't been to Fire Island, but I can see that the distance between the points on Fire Island is quite large, and that transportation on Fire Island quite limited. So they are rather distinct, three ferries.
And there's actually a bridge to Fire Island. Is there, or a couple of bridges?
Yeah, I saw that there is vehicle access to the island, but it's very limited. And as a practical matter, I think for people visiting the island, it's not something that's very often used because it's difficult to have a car there. The roads are so limited.
With respect to Mackinac Island, you mentioned that before. Yeah. Let me make sure what it is. We could approach with the handouts and additional.
You may.
If we could mark this as Village Leonard Cross Exam, number 2.
It'll be so identified.
Mr. Leonard, have you seen this document before?
I have not.
Okay, does it appear to be a franchise to Shepler's ferry to serve Mackinac Island issued by the city of Mackinac?
It does. Well, I'm not sure what that, say again, how you're describing?
As a franchise, the first word, a non-exclusive franchise ferry boat.
Yes, that's how it's labeled.
Okay. And so this appears to be a franchise granting authority to operate for Shepler's, one of the ferry boat operators to Mackinac Island. Is that what it appears to be?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to Mackinac Island itself, there's an airport on the island, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay. Willing to accept that subject to check?
I suppose.
Objection has been answered. He said he didn't know. I mean, no reason to ask a question that he says he doesn't know the answer to. If there's evidence coming into the record, he can present that evidence, but otherwise the witness doesn't know.
And then he asked him if he would accept it subject to check. Overall.
I'm not
You
quite
may
sure what
ask-
that
you may-
means, actually.
That
but-
means you may answer the question.
Uh,
Subject to check, do you accept that there?
If it's true, it's true. It's simple as that. I suppose.
That's your answer, Mr. Tracy.
That's fine. Thank you. And there's competition here. There's two different ferries that are serving Mackinac Island, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Beaver Island, that's a vehicle ferry?
I believe that's the case.
Miller Boat Company's a vehicle ferry?
Yes.
Key West, you can drive there?
Yes, but again, unless you're going for an extended period, it's a very, very long drive.
Would you agree that there's an airport in Key West?
Yes, I believe there's an airport in Key West.
Okay. All right, so would like to just ask you a few questions with regards to the valuation that you did in 2018. I don't believe that my questions will elicit any confidential information, given the discussions that we had at the outset of the hearing, but counsel, please advise me if you think we're getting into, I'm not asking about projected values, I'm asking about the work he did back in 2018.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Trathan. Madam Chair, I discussed off the record with Mr. Shower before we started this morning that we're not claiming confidentiality on any of the contents in either of the Mercator reports. They've been made public, and we're not going to press the issue of forward projections. It's all fair game in the two Mercator reports.
Thank you.
Okay, so you performed evaluation with respect to transportation assets in 2018, is that correct?
Yes,
And you've not updated it since then?
correct.
Okay. And so in essence, as I understand it, you did work for seller here, and then you did work for the buyer. You kind of prepared this report for the seller, and then you validated it for the buyer that never consummated the deal, but the transportation authority, correct?
Not correct. What I did for the authority was to help them demonstrate that if they paid the price that they had agreed themselves, that they could, and they borrowed. Essentially, what I did was a ability to pay analysis. It's called a bond feasibility study, different from a valuation analysis, because I came on the scene with the authority after they had already reached their understanding with the seller. So I was brought in, I think, under the request of the finance team working for the authority, so that they could have my input into the analysis to demonstrate to the rating agencies and eventually to the bond market that they had a debt structure or an amount of debt, I suppose, that they had a business that would underlie the debt and could repay the loan. Simple as that. I wasn't validating my old work, and I wasn't advising on value. I was advising on operational cash flows, revenue assumptions, that sort of thing. It's all in the report, of course.
Okay, so with respect to the valuation itself that you performed, you summarized that in your testimony as well as in Exhibit I. And is it fair to say that a substantial majority of your valuation is in the unregulated assets?
Yeah, that's clear from the tables.
Okay, so it's just flip this around, very small percentage of your valuation is due to the regulated operations.
Okay, I guess that's a question. Yes, that's true.
Okay, about 6.5%, I believe, is what's in your report.
If you've done the math correctly, I'll believe it. The numbers are there.
Okay. And my understanding is that the valuation was based on a net present value of cash flows methodology.
Correct.
Okay. And so based on your analysis, it's fair to say that substantial portion of the economic value of this enterprise is tied to parking. Is that correct?
Well, actually, I'd say there's three distinct enterprises here, all evaluated together. And the most valuable one was, yes, parking.
Okay. And would you say that, I believe that you said in your testimony that you didn't really solve for regulation with respect to evaluating the transportation authority deal because it wasn't regulated. The transportation authority wouldn't be regulated. Is that right?
That's right. The rate assumptions, the rate increase assumptions in the feasibility study model that was used to support the bond financing were worked out with the authority, frankly, that they had input into what the rate increase assumptions would be. And under the understanding that the ferry and tram would no longer be regulated by the Utilities Commission, but overseen by this new public authority.
Okay. And with respect to your analysis, a change, just taking transportation authority out of the equation, a change in the regulatory status of a particular asset might be relevant to your evaluation, correct?
I'm not sure it would. It might change a buyer's interest, although we heard today that maybe it doesn't. The valuation comes down to expected revenues and costs. I think we chose revenue assumptions that we thought were reasonable, that the authority thought was reasonable, and would, I suppose on that basis, one could conclude that the Utilities Commission might also conclude they were reasonable. So maybe it doesn't make a difference. I'm not sure about that.
But you did a revenue analysis, a cash flow analysis. So to the extent that regulation would impact the future cash flows, then naturally it would impact the number that's spit out after you did your analysis and arrived at evaluation.
Yes, if regulation changes revenues and costs and cash flows, it would affect the present value of the entity and the enterprise value that was calculated, yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Higgins?
Mr. Leonard, good morning. Dan Higgins for the Bald Head Island Club. It's still morning.
Yes.
You visited the Deep Point Ferry Landing and Bald Head Island and Southport when you were doing your work for either Bald Head Island Limited or the Ferry Authority?
I did. I visited the island, spent 2 days on the island, and less time in Southport, but I drove through to get to the landing.
I want to ask you a question about, if you would turn to page 23 of your pre-filed testimony. And specifically at line 13, you make a statement there regarding the existence of multiple parking supply models. And I think I know what you're referring to, but I want you to please clarify for the record. You're making a reference there, are you not, to your survey of other ferry operations around the country?
I am, yes.
You're not suggesting that there's any multiple parking situations available for the Bald Head Island Ferry, are you?
No, what I've said about that is that there could be alternate parking facilities, that it's not an unreasonable conclusion to reach that if the parking at the ferry terminal was not adequate or was overly high priced overly high, that a competitor could enter and discipline that market. As was said this morning, to use that term, a bit of a regulatory term, but at any rate, have I answered your question?
Coulda, shoulda, or woulda, but at present, there is no other parking option available for ferry riders, is there?
Not so much. No, I don't believe there is.
You state on page 25 of your testimony beginning at line 5, your opinion that the commission should, and I'm quoting, ensure that parking is available either at the terminal or in convenient community locations, and that independent parking operators be allowed to access the market. Now, Mr. Trey then asked you about the market, and you identified that as actually the Deep Point Ferry Terminal. My question for you is, you haven't identified, and this follows on the same question I asked you a moment ago, any other convenient community parking locations, have you?
Let me just clarify that when we talk about parking is distinct from ways to access the ferry. We heard this morning, I think we all know that there are other ways to get to the ferry, other than parking at the terminal. But in terms of strictly answer your question about other places to park, that's the answer. That there's no other established commercial parking facility available at the moment. As I've said, I believe it could be, but at the moment, none is seen fit to enter that market.
Page 29 of your testimony, actually the very last part of your testimony, beginning at line 12. You make the statement there that rate regulation of parking would be a dramatic change in the regulatory treatment of the asset and in the size of the rate base of the utility, which would have considerable consequences to the rates and consumers. Do you see that?
I do.
Isn't it also true that if the parking operation was regulated, then all of the parking revenues, not just $523,000, would be rolled into the regulated operation, which would support the combined ferry and parking operation?
Yeah, but you don't get the revenue without having to buy the asset.
Right.
So, of course, it would change the revenue.
I understand that. Your point was that the assets have to come into rate base. You didn't acknowledge that the revenue would come in as well. And so there could be dramatic positive consequences for customers and rates if those revenues were included, couldn't there?
I suppose just to be fair, I think it goes without saying that the revenue comes in. So my saying it, surely not necessary. How that all plays out, I don't know. I haven't done that analysis. Weighing up what you have to spend to acquire all those revenues is to me unknown. There's estimates of it in the record about what Sharpview will pay, and it's similar. Well, let me take that back. It's not unknown to me. I did an analysis of that, and you've seen my analysis. So you don't get those revenues without. I mean, that's the value that's attached to the assets that generate those revenues. So that all have to come together.
And with regard to Mr. Traven's questions, your analysis is not predicated on rate-making metrics that are used by this commission, are they?
No, I'm coming at it as a business person with an eye towards, I don't know, fairness and return and normal business functions. As I said at the outset, I'm not here as a rate setter or a regulator. I'm here as an infrastructure analyst and transportation and specialist.
No other questions. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Mr. Leonard, I just have a couple questions about some of the questions that Mr. Traven was asking you. I want to take you back to the questions that he was asking you regarding your research in regards to other communities with ferries that you used to prepare Exhibit J to your report. In those settings, were there settings in those communities where you identified that there was a local government serving as a provider of parking in those communities?
Yes, that's correct. That was not a detail that was included in what became Exhibit J, but in my working papers, you can see who provides the ferries. And I think Dr. Wright made a similar assessment. In fact, as long as we're talking about that, can I continue on that thing? There was a determination by Dr. Wright or an opinion issued that the presence of these city or generally city or state authorities that might operate a parking lot was in fact regulation of parking. And I would not agree that would not meet my definition, or I think the common person's definition about what is regulation. The presence of a municipal parking lot is just another participant in the market that would have the same effect as any other participant in the market, I would say. Not as a regulator, but as a competitor in that sense.
Mr. Leonard, you were also asked some questions about various communities that are covered in Exhibit J to your report, where there were forms of competition, present for parking. And my only question about that is, did you note any significant price dissonance between the the prices charged by limited here versus the communities where there are multiple competition points for parking?
Uh, Generally, I'd say that the rates being charged by limiters are lower, generally, sometimes substantially lower than the other ferry terminals that I surveyed. Um, Even those that have multiple parking lots, especially the ones with multiple parking lots, it seemed when I did a second time pass through, lots of those locations with the most alternate terminals often had higher or the highest prices. So I couldn't find a pattern necessarily, other than that having lots of parking didn't seem to change the prices very much, which suggests that the market pricing for parking is quite a lot higher generally across the country, across North America, than what we see in Southport at the Deep Point Terminal.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, nothing further.
All right. Questions from the commission? Um, in your testimony, Mr. Leonard, you discussed a number of ferry services, and similar to a question that I had asked, I think, Dr. Wright, did you find any evidence of any other ferries, any other or passenger ferries that typically charge by size of vehicle weight or the type of cargo?
I think the answer to that is yes. I'm very familiar, for instance, with the Washington State ferries where I reside and ride the ferry. There's a limit on how long your car can be. That much I know because I see the sign about car length. You pay extra if you have a large car and take up more space. Sort of stands to reason. So I'm sure that the trucks are also paying a substantially higher fee. They take up more ferry capacity. I didn't research that specifically in my canvassing, so I can't give you a particular detailed answer about that, but it would be my expectation that the Washington experience is not unique.
And could you give us other examples from your testimony or discuss it further about the specific scenario or circumstances that you would contend are the most analogous to the circumstances here in this action concerning Bald Head?
Yeah, it's hard to find anything that ticks each characteristic box simultaneously. I will grant you that. But some are more similar than others. I think the Cuttyhunk Ferry in Cuttyhunk Island in Massachusetts is similar, much smaller scale, but it's a car-only island. I'm not sure how they get their freight there. I don't know the answer to that. There may be a landing. Sometimes these islands, somebody will come along with an old Navy landing craft type of vessel that you pull up on the beach and drop some cars or trucks or freight or something. That may be what they're doing there. I'm not sure, but it's similar in the sense that it's a car-only island with, as far as I know, one operator. Daufuskie Island at Hilton Head is similar. I know it's noted here that there are multiple ferries. I believe that the ferries are all operated by the Hague Point Club. They have I spoke to the CEO of the Hague Point Club about this. Well, not about this particular question of multiple ferries, but about whether his ferry operation is regulated. It was not. But it's a car-only, a car-free island, if you will, with limited service. And I believe it's not multiple ferries because I believe they're owned by the same people or operated by the same people. I think that Catalina Island is actually quite similar. Again, it's not a car-free island, but I was told by somebody in the harbor master's office, I believe it was the harbor master. You can look at my in my exhibit, the gentleman's name. It's like a 30-year waiting list to get a car on the island. You more or less have to apply when you get your driver's license, and you hope that you can get a car before you retire. So it's a practical matter for people on the island. It's car free. There are two operators. One of them is much smaller than the other with a single departure point. All of them served by limited parking options. All of them with shoreside parking above $20 a day. So that's reasonably similar. Those may be the ones that check the most boxes simultaneously.
All right. Thank you. And then, as I understand your testimony, Mercator didn't do a high and best use analysis, but rather you did the cash flow, based on the business's operating result. Is that correct?
Yes, that's exactly right.
And so has any analysis been done that you're aware of that does value the parking facilities on the open market, separate and apart from ferry operations?
Well, I know that the authority commissioned some appraisers to do a sort of a conventional real estate appraisal. I think what they did was comparable sales and that kind of analysis. And I don't recall their specific numbers, but I believe that they were found to be satisfactory to the authority. Let me just answer the question about this highest and best use analysis. That is more of that's a term that's usually applied in real estate, as you probably know. And for the purposes of valuing these assets, I wasn't interested in their being used as something else. If they were worth less than what I came up with for use as parking and very related activities, it didn't matter because the value was already that. If they were worth more, well, that's great, but it wasn't necessary. We weren't valuing in those terms. So it wasn't important to getting a value. I wanted a reasonable value that I knew could be achieved. This is the other problem with trying to do a highest and best use analysis, is that you have to make way more assumptions, and it's far more speculative, in fact, because you're imagining a business that doesn't exist there. But we could look at a real business that was operating for all these years, had a track record, had all the things that go with a going concern, which makes cash flow analysis really the methodology to be applied.
Okay. Questions on commission's question? Oh, we got one more. Commissioner Kleinfelter?
Mr. Leonard, I want to follow one point just to be sure I know what we've got in Exhibit J that you've been asked questions about. When you, and I read footnote 1 and it sort of discusses how you use the membership list of the Passenger Vessel Association in order to make your selections. Did you select this list of operations to survey, or were you given this list by someone else?
No, this is my list.
This is the list you prepared. Okay.
Yeah, it includes those for which I was able to find enough information to have a level of confidence that allowed me to put.
You've answered. I just wanted to, this is your work, and someone else didn't give you this list to say, go find out about these ferries.
Clearly not.
Okay, good. Then the question I really want to ask you is, when you compiled your list, did you do or did you not do any analysis of the regulatory regimes in the states where these operations occur to determine whether or not they are the same or different from the regulatory statutes applicable in North Carolina?
That sounds like you're asking whether I did a fairly nuanced look at types of regulation, and I think the answer to that is no.
So if
What I-
North Carolina's got one set of statutes that determines who gets regulated and who doesn't get regulated, did you attempt to do any analysis as to what extent the laws of Massachusetts or New York or South Carolina and so forth did or did not parallel the laws of North Carolina?
Well, I think to a certain extent I did. For
Tell me what you
instance,
did.
if we take the California example, as you know, there's in the record some reference to California regulating parking at a train station or something. So I really wanted to know about California because that seemed very relevant. And as I said earlier, that I think the Catalina Island transportation arrangements are fairly similar to Bald Head Island. So I chased that one down with lots of phone calls and messages, and I got an answer. I got a call back, and I got an email that clearly said that the state of California doesn't have any interest in regulating parking that serves ferry terminals. I know they have a certificate of convenience and necessity, if that's the right term, regime in place, and I know that I looked at those filings for the Catalina ferry operators, so I know that they're regulated as they're certificated and regulated, and I believe their rates are regulated for the ferry and so forth. So in that sense, I satisfied myself that it was a regulated ferry regime. But did I check every dimension of it? No. I didn't. I'm not sure I would be capable of doing that.
The response you got back that was from some official of the state of California or
Yes,
the California Public Service Commission?
The gentleman in charge of, the gentleman who would be in charge of such a thing if they did it.
Okay, did you do that with every other state?
I did it with where I could. I did it with Rhode Island. I had an exchange with somebody from the Rhode Island Public Utilities Commission, which regulates the Block Island ferries from Narragansett. I got input. I interviewed a couple of chief executives of ferry businesses in Massachusetts. The gentleman that runs the Highline Ferry returned my call, and we had a good conversation. He gave me a fair bit of information about their business. It's not regulated in terms of rates. He competes with several others. He provides about half the ferry parking for his customers, he estimated. And I had the pleasure of actually using his service last week to visit Nantucket. And I think it bears repeating that we paid $28 to park our car for the day at the Highline Ferry Terminal. So they're not regulated. They are just down the street is the a state ferry, vehicle car ferry. So we got that bit of information. I spoke to some people in New York. Hard to find somebody in charge because it seemed like nobody was really paying much attention to it. And then other ferry operators that I was able to reach around the country.
Thank you. I appreciate that again, but just to be clear, what you didn't do was attempt to compare the law in those states with the law in North Carolina. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And nobody did that for you. No one else performed that exercise and said, here you go, these states are have laws very much like North Carolina's law.
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to be sure of. Thank you, sir.
All right, questions on commission questions, Mr. Farrell,
No questions?
Mr. Tratham?
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Brown Bland asked you for examples of ferries, vehicle ferries that charge by weight. Recall that?
I believe the question was length or weight.
Okay,
Yes, I did hear that question.
if I could approach.
You may. Mr. Tratham, do you have very many?
Mr. Leonard, well, first off, let's mark this.
It'll be marked
Bill-
as Village Leonard Redirect Exhibit 1. I mean,
Well,
not redirect, commission's questions. It's
Okay.
getting late.
It is, and it's tough to get all those words in, but thank you. Mr. Leonard, the Prudence Bay destination is on your exhibit J, so this is one of the ones that you looked at, correct?
Yes, I believe this is in Rhode Island.
Yes, it's listed as A&R Marine, but it does business as Prudence and Bay Islands Transport, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And with respect to the pricing, this is a vehicle ferry that I believe we may have already established, but it's clearly a vehicle ferry, correct?
Yes, it is.
And do you see that standard size vehicle and the rate includes driver? You see the pricing by weight of vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. So you were asked for some questions about specific locations that you thought were similar. Bald Head Island, in my cross, we spoke about a number of the ones on this list, but you pointed specifically to Catalina Island. And I think we talked about this before. There's an airport there, correct?
Given how big Catalina Island is, there probably is.
Actually, I don't think I asked you about Catalina Island because it was highlighted. There's no ferry-owned parking for Catalina Island. Let's start there.
That's right.
It's only third-party parking.
Correct.
Okay. And Catalina Island is located, off of basically the Los Angeles area, correct?
That's right.
Okay. So these ferry destination points, we've got several different providers here, but the points where they leave, these are major metropolitan areas, are they not?
Well, they divide kind of into two, call it three categories. There's sort of Long Beach, San Pedro is Port of Los Angeles. Dana Point is well south in Orange County. Newport Beach not far south in Orange County.
Okay. And so there are multiple options for parking at each of these.
I suppose there are. I was keying on what the ferry operator website was directing drivers to do. I mean, essentially at all of these places, a creative driver can find another solution. I should be careful about saying all about anything. In most ferry terminals, a creative driver can find a solution that maybe wasn't contemplated by the ferry operator. So I was focused on the sort of where the operators were directing their clients to go.
Population of Catalina Island is about 4,000 people.
That sounds about right.
Okay. And with respect to the other one that you mentioned, Cuttyhunk Ferry, there are other services other than the Cuttyhunk Ferry Company providing transport to Cuttyhunk, correct?
I don't know that. I did not, I don't believe I came across them. So
The Cuttyhunk Waters Taxi Division of Triton Sea Enterprises, you familiar with that?
no, I'm not.
Okay. Leaving from New Bedford, Massachusetts.
They're the same place as the Cuttyhunk Ferry.
Okay. All right. Cuttyhunk has a population of 10.
It's quite small. I don't know what the number is, but I know it's not in the thousands. But if you say it's 10, maybe it is. I don't know the number.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Higgins, questions on commission's questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. I'll entertain motions.
Yes.
Mr. Right, let's go with Mr. Reisinger. Did you have?
We had no exhibits with regarding Mr. Leonard. We've already moved in his direct exhibits.
No, I only identified them.
Oh,
They'll-
I'm sorry.
They'll be received into evidence.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We, with the chair's permission, we'd like to move into evidence the direct examination, pre-filed testimony of James Leonard and his oral summary and the 12 associated exhibits with his direct testimony. And thank you for leading me down the correct path.
All right, the exhibits attached to the direct testimony of witness Leonard will be received into evidence without objection.
Madam Chair, I believe I've got three that I'd like to move into evidence to Village Leonard cross-examination exhibits 1 and 2, and then the Village Leonard cross on Commissioner's questions number 1.
The motion is allowed, and that's the Village Leonard Commission on Commission Questions Exhibit 1. That motion's allowed. Mr. Leonard, you may be excused.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take a break at this time and come back at 11:45. Kirk? Case is still with respondent.
Baldhead Limited and Transportation would call Mr. James Fulton to the witness stand.
And raise your right hand, please. All right, do you sincerely and solemnly swear that the testimony you'll give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Would you please state your name, address, and position of employment for the record, Mr. Fulton?
Yes, my name is James Fulton. I live at 213 Lionsgate Drive in Gary, North Carolina, and I am a consultant independent contractor to Baldhead Island Limited.
Have you caused to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 12 pages in question and answer format?
I have.
And was that testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
It was.
If you were asked those same questions today, now that you're under oath, would you provide the same answers as in your pre-filed testimony?
I would.
Do you have any corrections or additions to your testimony?
I do. I have one, and it is on page 6
6.
at line number 7. And the sentence 6 feet are rounded up to the nearest 6 feet. Delete the word up
It should be read 6 feet are rounded
to the nearest
6 feet.
6 feet.
And not
And that is all.
strike up. Were there 6 exhibits identified in and filed concurrently with your direct testimony?
Yes.
Are those exhibits true and accurate and representing what they purport to represent to the best of your knowledge?
They do.
At this time, Commissioner, we would ask that those identified exhibits be identified and moved into evidence. The pre-filed direct testimony consisting of 12 pages in question and answer format and the 6 exhibits attached thereto.
The pre-filed direct testimony of the witness Fulton will be received into evidence at this time, and the 6 exhibits attached thereto will be identified as they were marked when pre-filed.
Mr. Fulton, have you prepared a summary of your pre-filed testimony that has been filed in this docket?
Yes.
And if you were to provide that summary today under oath and what you stand, would that summary be the same?
Yes.
We'd ask that the summary pre-filed and filed in this docket also be received into the evidence and copied in the transcript.
Witness Fulton's summary of his direct testimony will be received into evidence as if given orally from the stand.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Farrell,
No questions.
the village.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Fulton. I'm Marcus Trathan. I'm a lawyer for the Village of Baldhead Island. Good morning. I have a few questions for you. So as I understand it, you are currently not an employee of Limited, you're a consultant, did it?
That's correct.
Okay, but either as an employee or in a consulting capacity, you've worked with Limited or its subsidiaries for about the past 27 years?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're not a lawyer, are you, sir?
I am not.
Okay. So to the extent that your testimony discusses the law, you're not offering a legal opinion on those matters, correct?
I am not.
Okay. Well, let's start off with the law. If you'd turn to page 10 of your testimony, please.
Okay.
If you would look at lines 7 through 10. You say that Limited does not believe that the definition of a public utility as including a person transporting a person, you're quoting here, transporting persons or household goods by street or by motor vehicles draws it within the commission's regulatory scope. Did I read that accurately? Okay. If we could approach the, please.
You may.
Madam Chair, if we could mark this exhibit, Village Fulton Cross Exhibit number 1.
It'll be so marked.
Mr. Fulton, I will represent to you that this is a copy of General Statutes, Section 62-3 definitions. Are you willing to accept that? Okay. And if you would turn to page 3 of this exhibit, please. All right. And if you would look at subsection 23A 3 and 4. Now, did you read the village's complaint and petition for declaratory ruling or petition for declaration of utility status in this matter?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, do you recall whether the village cited subsection 23A3 as a source of authority for its complaint?
I believe they did.
Okay. All right. So with respect to the actual language of 23A4, the language is transporting persons or household goods by motor vehicles or any other form of transportation to the public for compensation. And then it goes on and accepts motor carriers. Did I read that correctly from the statute?
Yes.
Okay. So back to your testimony. Your testimony leaves out the any other form of transportation, does it not?
In my testimony, yes, it did not include that.
Okay. And wouldn't you agree that a barge is another form of transportation?
Yes.
Okay. And if you would turn back to page 1 of this exhibit and look at the definition of common carrier. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see that it means any person which holds itself out to the general public to engage in the transportation of persons or household goods for compensation, including by bus, truck, boat, or other conveyance? Do you see that? Okay. And a barge is a boat, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
That's it, a vessel, a boat, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, you discuss in your testimony regulations applicable to motor carriers, don't you?
Yes.
Okay, so if, for example, if you turn to page 9 of your
Mr. Fulton, let's be sure when you respond to him, I know you're facing him, but try to make sure you speak into the
All
mic.
right, and it's a
Thank
little
you.
hard to hear him, but thank you, I will.
I'll try
Well,
to.
I'll extend the same to you, Mr. Tratham. Be sure you're speaking into the mic.
Okay. Now, page 9 of your testimony, you refer to the maximum rate tariff. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. This is a tariff which is applicable to motor carriers of household goods, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And if you would turn back to the exhibit number 1, and if you would turn to the definition of motor carrier. Do you see that on page 2?
Okay.
Um,
17.
Yes, sir. Definition motor carrier means a common carrier by motor vehicle. Is that what it says?
That's correct.
Okay. And right under that is a definition of motor vehicle, which means a vehicle, and give some other examples, propelled by mechanical power used upon the highways within the state. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So the barge is not a motor vehicle, is it?
No.
You attach as Exhibit 6 to your testimony a long list of motor vehicle carriers regulated by the commission, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But no one is claiming that the barge is a motor vehicle carrier. Are they? Is anyone claiming that?
No.
Now, the barge is used to transport vehicles to the island, correct?
Yes.
And I think, well, let's take a look at page 3 of your testimony. So you've got a couple of pictures here, and just to focus, the one on top here, this is the USS Randall. This is the barge, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. If you look at the picture here, the front right, does that appear to be an example of a service vehicle on the barge?
You're talking in the lower figure?
I'm talking in the upper
Upper
figure,
figure.
in the very front of the barge.
On the right side of the barge?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. And same as the truck on the left, it's a little bit difficult to make out, but it also would appear to be a service vehicle, wouldn't it?
Could be.
Okay. And if we could approach with another exhibit.
You may. Thank you.
If we could mark this for identification as Village Fulton Cross Exhibit number 2.
It will be so identified.
Okay. Mr. Fulton, does this appear to be a photo of the barge?
It does. Yes, the barge at its landing on the mainland.
As it's approaching the mainland? Okay. And these vehicles, are these representative of the types of vehicles that you see on the barge?
Yes.
And it looks like on the left, Brunswick glass, if I'm reading that correctly, looks like a glass truck.
Yes.
And a service vehicle of some sort, maybe construction in the middle.
Well, yes, I mean, you can't tell what they're carrying, but yes.
Okay, and then you've got, it looks like maybe a U-Haul van, something like that on the right.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you observe the landing area, I don't see a crane there. There's not a crane to load, boxes on or off or anything like that, correct?
There is not.
Okay. So each of these vehicles that we see in these pictures is going to have a driver.
Yes.
Okay. And your position is that the barge transports vehicles, right?
Yes.
Now, you realize that the commission regulates vehicle ferries, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. Example of that would be Cape Lookout cabins and camps, docket A66, sub-0 and 2. Well, and you have any familiarity with that?
I've never been on it, but I have familiarity from what I can see in their website and other documents.
And it's a vehicle ferry.
Most of them with passengers, yes.
Okay. It's got both, is what you're saying.
It could have somebody suburban with some person who's paid a fee separate from the vehicle itself in every seat on the vehicle.
And Davis Shore Ferry Services, docket A65, sub-0 would be another example.
They, in my understanding and from what I've seen, they operate the same way. Charge you a ticket for the passenger and separate for the vehicle, whatever that might be.
Okay.
And they advertise that.
Morris Marina, docket A-26, sub-4. It's also vehicle ferry.
Operating the same way.
Okay. So you refer in your testimony well, let me back up here. So with respect to the vehicles, I'm a little confused because you do refer quite clearly in your testimony, and you just confirmed it, that your position is that the ferry is transporting vehicles. I've heard from your lawyer now, who's asserted a couple of times in this proceeding that it's a freight barge. And so can you clear that up? Which do you think it is?
It is a freight barge. It is a freight barge in the eyes of the Coast Guard. Has a certificate of inspection to that effect. In fact, that's Title 46, Code of Federal Regulations, Chapter I, Subchapter I. And if you go further in that subchapter, if you hold yourself out for passage of persons for compensation, those are declared as passengers. We are certificated by the Coast Guard because we do not charge ferry tickets to individuals as these other northern North Carolina operations do. We have 0 passengers. They are persons. They're not charged anything over and above whatever the length charge is for the vehicle or their load, trailer, whatever it might be.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about the federal regulations, so we'll talk about that in just a second, but I'm just trying to understand what it is that you think this
Well, I
barge
just wanted to
is.
clarify what we
Thank
we
you.
believe.
Okay, and I haven't heard you describe any freight that it's actually carrying. Is your contention that the vehicles are freight?
Freight is freight and or cargo is a common term for vessels hauling what we are hauling.
Okay, well, you're hauling vehicles that people drive onto the barge.
We're
And-
hauling freight,
Okay, did you hear the testimony of Mr. Leonard?
some of it.
Okay, did you hear him say that a vehicle driven onto a barge is not freight?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, with respect to the regulation, and you've gone ahead and given us a little bit on that, and I want to peel that back if we could. So the safety regulations that you refer to in your testimony are federal safety regulations administered by the Coast Guard. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And this involves periodic safety inspection by the Coast Guard?
it does.
And you referenced 46 CFR Chapter 1, Subchapter I. I believe you already referenced that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So just to be clear, the issue of the commission's regulatory authority over the barge is governed by state law. Wouldn't you agree?
Say that again, please.
Yes, the issue at play in this proceeding, the commission's authority with respect to the barge and whether it's a public utility, that's a matter of state law, is it not?
Yes, as far as commission regulating a utility, yes, state law.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that you weren't saying anything different than that. And with respect to the federal safety regulations, there'd be parallel regulations to the ones you cited that would apply to the ferry vessel itself, correct?
Under a different subchapter, yes.
All right, so with respect to these federal regulations, if we could tease that back just a bit, you agree that the barge is not seagoing, wouldn't you?
That's correct.
Stays wholly within the Cape Fear River.
Yes.
That's fine. We could approach with exhibit, please.
Yes, you may. You want to get these marked? Mr.
Yes, if
Tracy?
we could mark this Village Fulton cross-examination, exhibit number 3.
Are they collective?
Yes, all,
Both documents together.
I didn't know we had 2 documents. Let me see what the other one is. Yeah, actually, just marking the CFR 46 CFR, Title 46 shipping.
All right, and it'll be marked as village.
Village Fulton Cross number 3.
All right, it'll be so identified.
Yeah, Mr. Fulton, I'm looking at the excerpt from the Code of Federal Regulations, Title 46 shipping. Do you see that?
Yes.
And these are this refers to the classification of vessels that you were referring to in your earlier testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so if you would look on the table here, that's a multi-part table on the left side, the left-hand column says method of propulsion. So if we would start there, this is not a self-propelled vessel, correct? The barge.
That is correct.
Okay, so let's find the row that relates to non-self-propelled vessels. And if you would turn to page 9.
Okay.
Do you see in the left-hand column, it's numbered 4, non-self-propelled vessels greater or equal to 100 gross tons?
Yes.
And the barge in question here is greater than 100 gross tons.
Yes.
All right, subchapter I, do you see the columns for subchapter I, which is the regulation that you were asserting?
Yes.
Okay, do you see the first three words, all seagoing barges?
Mm-hmm.
And we've clarified that this is not a seagoing barge, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If you would just turn to the next page. And you see under column, the third column, vessels inspected, certificated under subchapter H, passenger vehicles, or vehicles, passenger vessels.
I'm sorry, where was that again, Mr. Traden?
I'm reading the column. I'm on page 10 of 25.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fulton, are you with me?
That page and where,
Okay, and I'm looking in the third column under subchapter H for
yeah,
passenger vessels. And you see F, the qualification there is that carry at least one passenger and are ferries.
yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the definition of passenger. Step 6. We could approach.
You may.
We could mark this Village Fulton Cross-Examination Exhibit 4.
It'll be so identified.
Mr. Fulton, does this appear to be a printout from 46 USC Section 2101 General Definitions?
Yes.
And this is the same title which you're citing to for purposes of your regulatory analysis.
Yes.
Okay. Would you flip to page 2 to the definition of ferry, please? Ferry means a vessel that's used on a regular schedule to provide transportation between places that are not more than 300 miles apart, and B, to transport only passengers or vehicles, and then it says some other things. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
If we could look at the definition of passengers. Page 4. Do you see that? And it says a passenger is an individual carried on the vessel, except the owner, the representative, and then there's some others here, the master, a member of the crew. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this, under this definition in the statutes, a driver of a vehicle would be a passenger, would it not?
By this definition, you're speaking of someone who might be riding in a vehicle, would be a passenger. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, your barge, we've talked about it rolling on and rolling off, and they all have drivers. The drivers of these vehicles are persons that are carried on the vessel, correct?
Not by the certificate that we have from the Coast Guard.
Okay, but with respect to the law, just, again, you're not a lawyer, so I know I'm pushing you here, but with respect to the words on the page, the definition of passenger is an individual carried on a vessel, correct?
By the definition, if you believe that definition is applicable to what the Coast Guard is identified our barge as.
That's all I have for Mr. Fulton.
All right, Mr. Higgins?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Fulton, good afternoon. Dan Higgins for the Bald Head Island Club.
Hello, we've met before.
We have indeed. It's been a while. The barge, am I correct in understanding that the barge runs on a regular schedule?
That's correct.
It starts leaving the mainland, it's about a 2-hour round trip, correct?
For the round trip, that's correct.
And it leaves the mainland starting at 7 in the morning and
It depends on the time of the year, mainly because of daylight and safe navigation across the river. For example, the end of daylight saving makes a 4th round trip schedule, whereas when daylight savings kicks in March, it goes to a 5 round trip schedule.
fair enough. But
Yes.
for purposes of, for example, people making reservations to be transported on the barge, there is a posted schedule.
That's correct.
I want to ask you a question. If you'd look at page 7 of your testimony, please, sir.
Uh,
And I'm going to ask you a question about what you say on line 15. This is about a hypothetical regarding a delivery by a Home Depot delivery truck. Do you see that?
I do.
In this hypothetical, as your question is posed, you say if the barge transports a Home Depot delivery truck that contains a stove and patio furniture purchased by an island homeowner, isn't the barge a shipper of household goods? And my first question would be, in that hypothetical, wouldn't the barge be the carrier and not the shipper?
Well, the question is posed, is the barge a shipper of household goods? Because as I understand and have experienced what a household goods carrier does, they are the shipper on behalf of the homeowner or the person that owns the property who signed the bill of lading. We have not done that.
Understood. But the shipper is the person that consigns the cargo to the carrier and the carrier delivers it. Do you agree with that?
Yes,
So in this hypothetical, the barge is not the shipper, it's a carrier.
it's a carrier across part of that shipper's route.
In your hypothetical, the Home Depot delivery vehicle carries stove and patio furniture. It also has a driver, correct?
Yes,
And they both ride across on the barge
that's
to the
correct.
island. Did you hear references yesterday to something that was called, quote, deck freight? Close quote.
Yes,
And isn't it true that from time to time, people put things on the barge that are not contained in vehicles for transport across the island?
yes. Still freight, they do.
I'm sorry?
It's still freight, and yes, they do.
Yes, sir, it's still freight, agreed. For example, if somebody buys a new golf cart, the way it's brought across, the golf cart's driven onto the barge and driven off when it gets across.
Yes,
And back to your hypothetical, if I or someone purchased new patio furniture, they could put the boxes on the barge and they'd be carried across, wouldn't they?
in my experience, those kinds of things are furniture still contained in boxes or not contained in boxes is always going to be put in something like a box truck. And that's one of the most popular things that we carry back and forth on the barge.
Understood. But if I made a reservation and I showed up with one big box with a chair that my wife had bought in a box, I could actually, and pay the fee, I could put that box on the barge.
That's up to the barge crew, but they coming across the Cape Fear River can be a wet experience. And so they would probably tell you, you need to go make arrangements to put that on some sort of a truck, ideally a box truck. I've not seen a piece of furniture or just a box unless, I'll give you an example of something that has come across in a box recently. Bald Head Island is via AT&T redoing cell towers, as you know. And some of that equipment, cabinets and things like that go in the electronics of a cell tower base would be loaded on the barge. Have I seen a piece of furniture in a cardboard box come across the barge? Not in my experience.
Did you hear the testimony yesterday when Mr. Traven asked the witness about the items that were listed in the cargo schedules that had been produced by transportation in connection with this?
You're talking about that listing from the barge office, not transportation, but barge.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. No, not intended.
Yes.
From Limited's barge operation that
Correct.
was a multi-page listing of shippers and contents. And there were entries in that schedule listing periodically for boxes, weren't there?
Yeah, and that's a shorthand for box truck, which is in the top 10 of the kind of things we carry in that over 70, almost 74,000 entry list.
And there are other entries for other kinds of vehicles that you're suggesting are something other than box trucks, but serve the same function.
Yes, and they say generally things like concrete truck, garbage, roll on, roll off, whatever.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, redirect.
I do. It's going to take a while.
Well, get started.
Okay. Here we go. Mr. Fulton, I think you said you've been associated either as an employee or contractor for 27 years for Bald Head Island Limited. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay. You wrote the standard operating procedures for the barge operations, did you not?
Years and years ago.
Next question then, to your knowledge, are those standard operating procedures that you wrote years ago generally still in effect and followed by the barge captains to this day?
Yeah.
During that 27 years, has the barge been routinely inspected by the Coast Guard?
It will undergo an annual inspection, and yes, we have a current inspection that needs to be redone next year.
And is there ongoing communications if there are issues that come up between Bald Head Island Limited and the Coast Guard, if there's any questions about the barge operations? Is that an open line of communication with the Coast Guard?
That's right.
And-
We fall under Sector North Carolina up in Wilmington.
And in fact, the current director, employee of Bald Head Island Limited, who does a lot of work with the barge, is in fact a retired Coast Guard employee, or the former Coast Guard employee is retired from Coast Guard, is he not?
An officer in the Coast Guard, yes.
So what would happen if someone walked up to the barge and asked to ride across to the island? Me, you, so anyone walked up and said, I want to ride on the barge across the island.
They would be told that redirected to the passenger ferry operations.
They wouldn't be allowed to get on?
No,
Does the barge hold itself out as a passenger ferry?
it does not.
Is there any ticket price to ride the barge over to the ferry by an individual?
There are no ferry tickets offered for passengers at any price on the barge.
So to follow up Mr. Hagan's question. There is a category of deck load or deck freight. That generally comes on by pallet, does it not?
It does.
Explain to me how a pallet of deck freight gets onto the barge.
A common size pallet, it could be any size, but a common size is, a pallet is 48 inches by 40. I think most of the deck loads that are handled by the barge are coming from either somebody like Home Depot, Lowe's, Builders First Source. They tend to be things that are used in the construction industry. And most often, they tend to be things that a contractor has taken on a job on the island, and they find that they need something they do not have. And in order to keep the construction moving along, they will call one of the firms or whoever and ask to get a deck load across.
How does a deck load get onto the barge?
Deck load is put on the barge by
Maybe pallet.
whoever this contractor has engaged to deliver it to.
Does anyone from barge operations or Boat Unlimited ever, take possession of a pallet of deck load going on the barge?
No, the barge deckhand would direct the person to where they want that deck cargo placed so that it will fit amongst any other vehicles and things that are on the barge.
But they would not take possession of the pallet?
No.
So if I walked up, Mr. Higgins' question, if I walked up with a chair and said, I want to take my here, I want to give you my Barcalounger, would you take it over to my brother waiting on the other side? And he'll carry it off. What would the captain do if he was handed a chair to put on the barge?
Well, anybody that approaches the captain on the barge has already, we hope, dealt with the barge office, which is at the same deep point landing. But so in either case, the person would not be accepted for passage on the barge, and they would probably have been told that already by the barge office.
They either have to have a pallet, someone drive a forklift pallet on, even in theory, generally come on with a vehicle to drive across, correct?
Yes.
Let me shift gears slightly and I'll pose something of an odd hypothetical, but I think it would hold. A driver, okay, this is a roll-on, roll-off barge. Would you explain what a roll-on, roll-off means? Why is it called that?
Roll-on, roll-off originated in the military. I used to participate in loading them down in the port of Wilmington and unloading them in Honduras and other spots around the world. Cargo can go in one end and it can roll out the other end. It facilitates and avoids backing a vehicle, which is harder than going forward.
So to roll on and roll off, and again, I don't want to interject any humor in this hearing, but it's got to have, as a vehicle, as a barge for vehicles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
They have to have wheels to roll on the wheels on and roll off, correct?
That's correct, except we have a ramp. We nest with the ramp, which is mainland based and island based. And so you are backing onto the barge if you're loading it, you're driving forward if you are disembarking from the barge.
So to roll a vehicle onto the barge and to roll a vehicle off the barge, the vehicle needs a driver to turn the ignition off and then turn ignition on to roll on and roll off the vehicle off the barge, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So for roll on, roll off barge to operate, it needs a driver to drive the vehicle onto and off of the barge, correct?
That's correct.
So,
All right, Mr. Stires,
yep, good stopping place.
it's a good stopping place for us, if it is for you. We're gonna stop for our lunch break. And I want to say while we're at lunch, if you can work it in, take the opportunity to trim down any prepared questions that you have, particularly with respect to the witnesses expected to come back on rebuttal. If you know that the evidence you need is in the record, I hope you take the time to trim it down to make efficient use of our time. you know amongst yourselves what evidence is needed in order for the commission to make the decision that it needs to make on the issues in this case. So that would be helpful to us. In the meantime, we will be adjourned and be back to go back on the record at 12:40. I mean, 1:40. Got it right. I'm sorry. 1:40.
Real quick.
Don't let it be said that the commission does not enjoy humor in the case.
That as well.
Is that going to be your weight? No, not at all.
question was for roll-on, roll-off barge, kind of operate as intended, you need a driver to actually drive the vehicle on the barge and then drive the vehicle off barge.
That's correct.
So let me, however, set up a hypothetical where that might not be the case. So does the driver or person who drives the vehicle on and off, do they need a ticket in any fashion?
No, they do not.
Are they given a ticket?
No.
If a driver drives an 18-foot box truck onto the barge, he's charged $180.
Correct.
In the discretion of the captain, he can ride in the cab of that truck while it's going across. Is that correct?
That is also correct.
Okay. And he rides in the truck, it's $180 charged for the 18-foot box truck.
Right.
So let's assume, and this is a multi-part hypothetical, so bear with me, Mr. Fulton. Let's assume that the driver drives onto the box truck, onto the barge, turns off the ignition, leaves the keys in the ignition, gets off the barge, goes to Deep Point Terminal to have lunch in the restaurant there. And then has a colleague waiting on the island side at the barge landing. And when the barge lands, gets onto the barge, into the cab, turns the ignition on, and drive the truck off. Do you understand that hypothetical?
Yes.
In that case, what's the charge for the 18-foot box truck to drive across?
It was the original $180.
So you're not charging anything for the driver to ride in the cab of the truck across
No.
the barge. And I actually talked to right identified as exhibit, but then Mr. Tratham asked you questions specifically about two certificated common carriers here in North Carolina, namely Cape Lookout Camping Cabin and Camps, the Davis, North Carolina Ferry, and the Morrisville Marina Ferry Service. Do you remember those questions by Mr. Tratham?
Yes.
Yes. So I have previously distributed and when asked that, okay, I'll ask him to identify to each one and then I'll have a mark. One of the exhibits before you at the top left says Morris Marina Ferry Service. If I represented to you that is a page from the Morris Marina Ferry Service website, is that what, have you looked on that website before, Mr.
I
Fulton?
have.
Does this appear to be a page off the Morris Marina Fair site?
It does. I recognize it.
So I would ask that this be identified as Fulton Redirect Exhibit 1.
It'll be so identified.
And then I've also handed to you another exhibit, a sheet of paper, 2 sheets of paper. At the top, it reads Cape Lookout Cabins and Camps, Davis, North Carolina Ferry. Have you seen this visual shown on this exhibit in the past?
I have by looking on their website. Yes.
So this is from the website of Cape Lookout Cabin and Camps and
Yes.
the ferries. And I would ask that this document be labeled as Fulton Redirect Exhibit 2.
All right, it will be so identified.
And I'm going to try to make this quick. Hope the transcript reads clearly, and if not, I can break it up. Do both Fulton Redirect Exhibit 1 and Redirect Exhibit 2 refer to the services as ferry services?
Yes.
And does the barge hold itself out as a ferry service?
No.
On the first, on Fulton Redirect Exhibit 2 is pricing, Exhibit 1, Morris Marine, there is pricing for passengers in the third column, is there not?
Yes.
The pricing for adult passenger, $18, children, $9. Is that correct?
Yeah. On the
On the Morris Marine.
Mars. Yes.
And on the Fulton Redirect Exhibit 2, there is pricing information for passengers about the middle of the page. Do you see that, Mr. Fulton?
Yes,
And that reads adult passengers $18 and children under 10, $8.
yes.
So based upon the information that you have here as shown on Fulton Redirect Exhibit 1 and Fulton Redirect Exhibit 2, these ferry services are charging for passengers to ride on them, do they not?
Yes.
And I think we've established you're not charging anything for the driver who may ride over in the cab of a vehicle on the barge.
We are not.
And you're not allowing anyone to walk on the barge and ride over.
We are not.
You were asked by Mr. Higgins about the barge running on a regular schedule. Was that question?
Yes.
If there is a special project on the island, such as a road repaving or something that requires, a particular delivery of trucks, asphalt, concrete at a particular time, can arrangements be made to contract for a special run of the barge?
They can.
So while it does run on time schedules, certainly you can contract for it if you want to contract for the entire barge. And the village, in fact, has done that, have they not?
Yes.
Finally, there was a question by Mr. Higgins about the log that we talked about. I'm not going to ask to be admitted into evidence, but there is a log that's maintained by the barge office of vehicles that are loaded onto the barge or they're not.
Yes.
And one of the columns is type. Is that correct?
Yes.
And one of the types is dump, correct?
Yes.
But does that mean that something is dumped on the barge?
That's a dump truck.
And so another category is box.
It is.
And that means like dump means dump truck. Box is
A box truck.
and that is a very, very common
Yes.
way of transporting materials over to the island. So box does not mean a box of something that's
It is-
placed on.
No, it is a box truck such as we've commonly seen.
And you've been working for the ferry either as an employee, for the barge, have experience with the barge either as employee or contractor for 27 years?
Yes.
And you have have you ever seen a piece of furniture or appliance placed by itself on the deck of the barge?
No.
No further questions.
Questions by the commission? Commissioner Kleinfelder?
Mr. Fulton, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Stires and Mr. Higgins were very helpful to me. They obviated the need for a lot of my questions, but I got a couple I just want to get clear on. I'm looking, and you don't need to have this in front of you. I thought originally you would, but I don't think so. I'm looking at a portion of the log, the barge log that is the Exhibit 12 to Mr. Wright's testimony. And in that type column that you were talking to Mr. Stires about, there are a couple other things I just want to ask you how they translate, what they mean. If I see an entry that says deck load, would that be one of the transactions where the forklift drives something onto and sets it down that you were talking with Mr. Stires about? That's what deck load means.
Yes, sir.
Okay, on the deck loads, Mr. Stires got it loaded on the mainland side. How does it get unloaded on the
Well,
island side?
It came over at the request of someone on the island, so they would come down, and as I believe I said earlier, a lot of times that stuff is, oh gee, I didn't know I needed it stuff.
Yeah.
So the receiving party on the island would be there to meet the barge and would take that cargo off.
They'd pick it up on their side.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. There is an entry, a common entry is T&T. Is that tractor and trailer?
It is, yeah.
Okay. There is another entry that, frankly, I don't have a clue what it is. It's very common, but it's called Moffett.
Moffett, that is a usually a tractor trailer rig. If you've seen the Lowe's and the Home Depot
Yeah.
flatbeds going down and they've
Yeah,
got a
yeah.
forklift bouncing around on the
Yeah,
back of
yeah,
it.
yeah.
The original manufacturer that invented that was Moffett. It's kind of like everything's called Kleenex.
Okay. Got it.
But it's a tractor trailer that can do materials handling.
And I think most of the others are obvious. PU truck is a pickup truck, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
sir.
Now, there's a bunch of entries on the log I have, which is mostly for June and July of this year, 2022, for golf carts. So tell me how a golf cart is loaded, transported, and then unloaded.
What is it again, sir?
Golf cart.
Oh, golf cart.
Yes. How does it get loaded? How does it get transported? And how does it get unloaded?
It's driven on by the owning or selling party. Some of those large golf cart entries you see
Yeah.
is the Bald Head Island Club might replace all of the golf carts on the course. So they would come down and get all of those off the barge very quickly so the barge could resume schedule, and then they start shuttling them down to the club. It could be golf carts for Cary Cart Company, which sells and maintains golf carts.
Well, again, I don't think you need to have this in front of you. You're familiar enough with this to know. I'm just trying to see what I'm reading when I read it.
Yes, sir.
So like on July 7th this year on the 1 o'clock ferry run, Cary Cart Company puts a whole bunch of golf carts on there at one time for that one run. They don't each have a driver, do they?
No, sir, they might have 2, 3, 4 people to come down there and expeditiously get all those carts on. And then they either ride the ferry across on passenger ticket or their comrades on the other side unload them.
Okay, but they do it as quickly as they can, but they don't each one have a passenger in the golf cart who drives it on and drives it off for each cart.
No,
They don't do that.
No,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Thank you. And as I say, thanks also to Mr. Higgins and Mr. Stires. I do want to ask you a question about another aspect of the operation. And I don't think you need to have this in front of you. I'm going to read you something from the Mercator report, and I'm doing it really just to get the context. So you have the context for what it is I'm asking about. So in the description of the freight handling facility, Mercator says, the transportation system serving Bald Head Island includes a small freight handling operation where small parcels of cargo are combined and loaded aboard trucks for transport to the island. The freight handling operation has historically been undertaken by a department of Bald Head Island Limited, but all revenues and costs of the cross docking kept separate from the tug and freight barge operations. That's the context. Tell me more about how this freight consolidation and then transport operation works. Describe it in a little more detail to me.
The barge is excluding the captain and his deckhands, the office personnel, if you will. It's basically a 2-person office where you as the customer come and say, I'd like space on the X o'clock. This is what I've got. Totally separate operation from what you're referring to. And I think what Mercator was talking about is what's called the shipping and receiving facility. They have box trucks and they are bringing over things like food, office supplies, this sort of thing. They come to the barge office as a customer and they get charged against their accounts for however many trucks they want to bring. Totally separate operation, but in the same building. We just have a little office for the barge people.
Well, would it work this way? Is this the way it works? So I got something I want to send to a friend over on the island, and it's not a big pallet that needs a forklift or doesn't need a full truck. I might take it to the freight handling facility and say, can you put this on one of your next box trucks going over? And they would combine that with a bunch of other stuff that might have a similar character. And then they'd go to the barge office and say, I got a box truck that needs to go over. Can you schedule me on this trip? Is that the way it works?
Yes, sir, except, and I'm speaking now of the shipping and receiving facility,
Okay.
not barge. Their customers are either internal clients in other departments within Bald Head Island Limited. For example, water jugs for water coolers that Limited has got in its offices. They would bring that over. Or there could be a commercial facility on the island that wants some support some way or another. But for individuals, they're not in that business. They would probably give you some suggestions of other companies in the Southport area you might engage to do
They'd
that.
say, take it to Federal Express and it'll go on the next Federal Express truck that goes over to the islands.
Yes, sir.
They'd say that. But well, so who again then can use that facility? Tell me again, who has access to the services of that freight handling facility?
To the shipping and receiving
Shipping and
facility.
receiving is what you got.
It's a Bald Head Island limited operation. It looks primarily for internal support. In other words, it's supporting Bald Head Island limited departments. The water jugs is a trivial example, but these are big 4-gallon jugs, and they might carry 20 of those things over there at one time and distribute them to the various floors in the building. When Limited, another example would be when Limited had, for example, restaurants, owned and operated restaurants on the island. A lot of stuff for the restaurants, consumables, not necessarily food, since they don't have refrigerated trucks, would come over from shipping and receiving. But again, they come to the barge office as a customer with a truck that needs carriage.
Well, thank you. That's very helpful. I got to be real clear. Then I want to be sure I understand how that thing works. So what about a business on the island that's not part of Bald Head Island Limited? Could it use the shipping and receiving function?
It would depend, sir, but typically they have contracted with other commercial facilities. Bald Head Island Limited does not hold itself out to the public. Hey, come and see if we can put stuff in our truck for you. They don't do that. It's inward looking.
That's not done either on the mainland side or on the island side.
Yeah.
And so cross docking, just define what that means. That's a term I don't know. It's referred to in the Mercator write-up on the shipping receiving as the cross docking activity. What's cross docking?
My assumption, the way he used that is someone delivers supplies to Bald Head Island Limited Shipping and Receiving. They do have a loading dock. And then Shipping and Receiving puts that into one of their trucks, comes to the separate barge office and says, I'd like to get this on the 7 o'clock ferry tomorrow morning. So there's not a dock per se at the barge, but it drives onto the barge. So it's crossed another dock, if you will.
All right, that helps me, but you may have confused me a little bit. But another part of the answer is you say someone comes. I thought I understood that the only people who really would do that would be some operation of Bald Head Island Limited.
For the shipping and receiving
Yes, sir.
facility? No, I'm using the term inward looking. That does not hold itself out to the individual or commercial company as we will take care of what you need. They are there for the benefit of providing supplies within Bald Head Island Limited.
Okay, I'm going to leave it at that because if I've gotten it really confused, these lawyers will clear it up when they ask questions after me. But that's what I had, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Fulton, just really one question. Does Bald Head Limited own a forklift?
If we did, it would be in the shipping and receiving, and I don't recall that we've ever owned one. They could have, but it would have been just within that shipping and receiving facility that I spoke about earlier.
All right. And then when goods go from one end to the other end at the island end, is it who meets the barge to take off the materials that have gone over?
It would be the recipient on the other side usually is of the same uniform, if you will, as the person that shipped the article across. In other words, James Fulton's construction company, we had a parts runner somewhere on the mainland who ran and got those 5-gallon buckets of paint that I forgot. And he gets the stuff put on one of their trucks or a rental truck. And and he tells the other guy on the other side on Bald Head, hey, it's going to be on the X o'clock barge. Come down there and meet it. And that's the way it would be handled. So it's all within that same commercial consumer, if you will.
So is it ever like like a retailer, like a Lowe's, do they ever put it on their end as kind of part of their delivery services? And then somebody meets them on the other end?
It can be everything within, primarily it's, when you look at the biggest thing they carry on the barge, biggest meaning largest number of trucks, it's box trucks. And so that can be everything from a uniform company to somebody has rented a box truck. They're in the construction business, but they don't own trucks that size, and they use it to get supplies over.
But when it's a pallet, same thing? Does the pallet go directly onto the barge?
Pallet is going to be one of these individual things that we call a deck load. Most of the palletized stuff comes overloaded on either flatbed trailers or inside of trucks. Most of the deck loads, as I said, are things that either were not immediately available to the construction company, if you will, on Bald Head, and have become available later and they're being shipped to them, or they forgot and ran into something in construction that required, as I use the example of the paint, but a lot of times it's things like wallboard paste, whatever.
So when the roll-off happens, somebody from the construction entity comes and picks it up.
Yes, and well, not most, but a lot of these construction entities that are larger firms also have the materials handling equipment like a forklift. So they come down. The reason that the two ends of that customer party communicate is it's in every customer of the barge's best interest that that barge makes its schedule on time. So if you have sent something over to the island and you're 5-10 minutes late coming down to pick it up, that starts causing a problem to unload the barge. So that's why our customers, particularly those that have been there for a long time, will use telephone communication and let you know that what you were looking for is coming over on the next barge or whatever time it is.
All right. Are there questions on the commission's questions, Mr. Farrell?
It's very few.
None for me.
All right. Was it from the village
None.
club?
No, ma'am.
Just
Mrs.
want to
Dye.
make sure that we're all kind of on the same page and we're as brief as possible here. The vast majority of loads going over are on vehicles. We've talked a disproportionate amount about deck load and pallets, but the vast majority are vehicles, correct?
Yes, that's correct. In fact, there's probably in this long list, if you went through and counted deck loads out of 70-some thousand things, there's something like 1,400 entries for deck loads.
And in most of the vehicles, there's actually, we don't deny, there's a driver who's going over in the cab to roll on and roll off the vehicle.
Correct.
To your knowledge, there is nowhere or is there anywhere on the website where someone can request shipping and receiving to deliver something over on the island?
Not to my knowledge, no.
To your knowledge, is there any marketing flyers or brochures advertising Bald Head Unlimited shipping and receiving service, delivering items to the island?
Not to my knowledge, no.
to your knowledge, or any marketing to the public at all?
I have not seen any, no.
So any services that would be, even in theory, would just be kind of contract business to business. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Internal Bald Head Island limited use of shipping and receiving would be just done by a notation and journal entry from a cost accounting perspective, correct? She needs to be able, if you'll ask orally.
Yeah.
Yes. And to your knowledge, is there even any type of cash register or cash receipt mechanism at shipping and receiving? To your knowledge?
In shipping and receiving?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. No further questions.
All right. I will entertain motions.
First, we would ask that the exhibits that were attached to Mr. Fulton's pre-file testimony be admitted into evidence in the record.
That motion is allowed, and the 6 exhibits that were attached to his director received into
And then we
evidence.
also ask that Fulton redirect exhibits 1 and Fulton redirect exhibit 2 be admitted into the record as evidence as well.
And that motion is also allowed.
The village would ask that its for cross-examination exhibits be entered into the record.
That motion is also allowed as well. Thank you. Mr. Fulton, you may step down and
Thank you.
be excused.
This time, Bald Head Island Limited and Bald Head Island Transportation will call Ms. Shirley Mayfield, the witness stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you sincerely and solemnly swear that the testimony you'll give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. I think Mr. Stiers is going to start it.
Would you please state your name, address, and position of employment for the record?
Shirley A. Mayfield. I am the Chief Financial Officer and Manager of Bald Head Island Limited LLC, and I am Chief Financial Officer, Secretary, and Treasurer in Bald Head Island Transportation.
You may want to.
Ms. Mayfield, yep, you have a soft voice, so pull that mic up close.
Is that better?
Yes.
Better.
Okay.
Have you caused to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 13 pages in question and answer format?
I have.
Was that testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
If you were asked those same questions today, now that you're under oath, would you provide the same answers as in your pre-filed testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or additions to your testimony?
No, I do not.
Were there 4 exhibits labeled A through D identified in and filed concurrently with your direct testimony?
Yes.
Are those exhibits true and accurate in representing what they purport to represent to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Madam Commissioner, we now ask that the pre-filed testimony of Shirley Mayfield be moved into evidence and added to the transcript as if given forth from the witness stand, consisting of 13 pages in question and answer format, and that the exhibits be identified at A through D as set forth attached to that testimony.
That motion is allowed.
Ms. Mayfield, have you prepared a summary of your pre-filed testimony that's been filed in this docket?
I have.
Okay. And would that summary be the same if you gave it orally today from the witness stand?
Yes.
We would ask that the summary of the testimony of Ms. Mayfield be admitted into evidence in this docket at this time.
That motion is also allowed, and the summary is received into evidence at this time.
The witness is now ready for, available for cross-examination.
All right, Mr. Farrell,
No questions.
the village.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Craig Shower. I represent the village. Ms. Mayfield, I'd like to ask you just a few questions about Exhibit D to your testimony. Do you have that with you?
I believe I do. D.
D.
Sharon, while she finds it, just be sure you stay in the mic as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that was, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, that was
Exhibit D.
D. Okay, yes.
This is the application that Bald Head Island Transportation filed in 1993. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want to look at page 2 where it discusses regular schedules, or I guess fixed routes. Do you see that part? I guess it says, it's a little confusing, but on Exhibit D, it says Exhibit A.
Okay.
Do you see that? Okay. Um, it says one route is from Indigo Plantation, and then a second route is from 704 East Moore Street. Do you see that?
Mhm.
Do you know, in 1993, when it filed for the application, was the ferry operating from both 704 East Moore Street and Indigo Plantation from the start?
I honestly, I don't know. I
You don't
wasn't
know.
there in 93. I know they used Moore Street, but I don't know if that was for the ferry as well.
Okay. Do you know whether or not they were operating from Indigo Plantation at that time?
No.
But you do know they were using Moore Street?
At one time, Moore Street was used, yes.
Okay. And that was for the ferry operation?
Yes, I believe so.
And was there any parking provided as part of the operation, or the onboarding and offboarding of the ferry at 704 East Moore Street?
I'm really not sure. I believe there would have been, but I don't know that.
But you don't know whether or not it was, land owned by Limited or Transportation versus
Moore
just
Street,
public?
Moore Street was owned by Limited at one time.
Okay. Do you know whether or not they owned parking associated with the dock at
Mm.
Moore Street?
No.
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Higgins?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Ms. Mayfield. Dan Higgins for the Bald Head Island Club. Do you have your testimony with you?
I do.
Okay, would you look at page 11, please? Beginning on line 6 and 7, I'm sorry, wrong reference. Beginning on line 11, you make reference to the fact that there are issues, or that Limited would contend there are issues about valuation if these assets, if the parking and barge are regulated. And one of the points you make is that the improvements have been depreciated, but Limited has been allowed no recovery on those. Do you see what I'm talking about?
I do.
You're not saying that parking and barge operations haven't been profitable since 2009, are you?
No, I'm not.
Has parking revenue exceeded expenses annually since 2009?
Yes.
And has barge revenue exceeded operating expenses since 2009?
Yes.
Turn, if you would, to page 13, please. And I'm looking at the sentence that begins on line 6. I'm going to read it for you. Well, as a predicate to that, you speak before that about what you perceive to be the complexity of potentially the commission's task of setting rates for ferry and for parking and barge operations. And you make the statement beginning on page 13, line 6, that this complexity underscores how and why parking, barge, and ferry tram are separate businesses and should be treated differently from a regulatory perspective. So your testimony is that it would be too complicated for this commission to set rates if parking and barge operations were regulated?
My testimony isn't to say that it would be too complicated for the commission. What I'm really saying there is you have 3 independent businesses. You have transportation, you have parking, you have barge, and each of those have different measurements. You have different locations, you have different customers. The process becomes more complex, yes.
So you're probably aware that this commission regulates, for example, Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas.
I am.
And they are large enterprises that have billions and billions of dollars of investment in multiple operations in multiple locations. And the commission is capable of setting rates for them.
I'm aware.
So can we agree that the commission would be capable of setting rates if it decided to regulate the parking and barge operations?
I think we can agree that that's possible, but I think another thing that we need to keep in mind is that you're also currently looking at a regulated utility and unregulated businesses, non-regulated businesses.
I understand, yes, ma'am. The predicate for my question is if the commission did
Yes.
decide to regulate.
Mhm.
No further questions. Thank you.
Redirect?
Yes, just don't have much to redirect on, but I actually may have just a little bit. You talked in response to Mr. Higgins' questions, you talked about separate and distinct.
Mhm.
Could you elaborate on more what you meant by saying that they are separate and distinct from a financial perspective?
Limited treats the transportation company, parking and barge as distinct separate operations. Their books are maintained separately, they're operated separately. While they may have some similar customer bases, they also have very different needs within their individual businesses.
And there are some affiliated transactions between different entities with
Yes.
that are both owned by limited or not. But Mr. O'Donnell described those as being intertwined. Would you agree with that characterization? Would you agree with that characterization?
No, that's not the terminology I would have used.
So explain a little bit about, what you do in terms of cost allocation and cost division to ensure that the companies are kept completely distinct.
There's actually, you can probably categorize the expenses in three categories. You have direct that are coming in direct to any of the businesses. You have split, which are very distinct expenses, but it's clearly identifiable which operation they may go to, although they may be on one invoice. And then you have what we would utilize an allocation to spread those costs over the using parties because it isn't specific to their function.
And you understand that the ferry operation finances are subject to audit by the public
Yes.
staff and the commission?
Yes, I
And you-
am.
And you make sure that the costs are properly allocated and those three functions are kept financially distinct.
Well, it's important for us through the commission, through the public staff, that we maintain the regulated entity separately and identifiable. But we also have the other operations that certainly ownership's also interested in seeing. It's not just transportation.
No further questions on redirect.
All right, questions by the commission? Commissioner Kleinfelder?
Ms. Mayfield, good afternoon. I want to ask you just a couple of really quick questions about Exhibit B to your testimony. This is the first time since I've been on the commission that I've had to look at one of the quarterly reports and dig into it. So I want to be sure I'm understanding what I'm reading, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you have that's the March 31st, 2022 quarterly report.
I have
And so on page 2, under the operating expenses, there's a line item called facilities lease. Is that the lease payment for the terminal facilities?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does it cover anything else other than the terminal?
It covers the facilities lease covers the terminal and the part of the marine maintenance building, the facility, the Deep Point terminal. It also is going to cover part of the bulkhead area, part of the entry channel area, and it also covers part of the road access.
So those last items, everything after the terminal, are those all allocations among the different departments so that BHIT here would carry a portion of the total expense in that line item would include a portion of the total expense for those facilities. And then some other portion would then be allocated to the other operations, the other departments. Is that
The-
correct?
The amount you see here is indeed BHIT's allocated portion.
Then
Yes,
that's what I was trying to ask, and I wasn't asking it very clearly. You're right. And so the allocable share of, say, the access roads and the maintenance facility that is allocable to the barge operation, those would show up on the barge's statements.
Mhm,
Okay,
that's
great.
accurate.
All right, now that I understand what that line item means, flip back to the first page. And there is an entry under operating expenses there that's called the deep point allocation. And tell me what that includes. As I say, this is the first time I've had to look at these in depth.
These are additional expenses related to what we consider to be the landlord account. These have nothing to do with the lease. These are for the maintenance of the entire campus there. And they are allocated amongst the users of that campus. And this might be landscaping on the grounds. It might be some of the electrical bills. But they are allocated both to transportation, to the landlord itself, as well as to shipping and receiving, marine maintenance, all of the facilities on the campus.
So there's an allocation of that item across all the departments as well.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Duffy?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could help me understand, just in a hypothetical, that these three different businesses were owned by three different entities, how would this allocation of expenses occur?
Let me just make sure I understood your question.
Sure.
If the three different operations, which we're talking transportation, parking, and barge, were owned by three separate entities.
Correct.
I think it would still be done the way we do it today. You would have one pot of expenses. There would be an allocation basis for each of those line items, and then you would allocate it across to those individual entities. It would be much like it is now.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Let me just follow on that because Commissioner Duffy's
Cloud.
question reminded me that I didn't ask everything I needed to know. What's the allocation basis for the deep point allocation?
It depends. There's an entire list of about 20 items, 22 items. Some of it's head count, some of it's square footage, some of it's usage.
Depending on the character of the expense.
Yes, sir.
That's probably more than I need to know. Thank you.
Commissioner McKissick?
And this is a follow-up on Commissioner Duffy's question about the allocation. There were three separate entities. The way I assume you answered it is if they were three separate entities that were somehow related. I mean, like, but if they were freestanding, independently owned by three different corporations that did not have any relationship with each other,
How would I
then
handle
how would
it?
you do that? Rather than like each being related entities that might be separate as subsidiaries. So
I
wouldn't that
think-
be completely different?
Well, I don't think so.
Okay.
Commissioner McKissick. I think what you could do in that case, there would need to be an agreement between those entities before they were using that facility. And in that case, you would indeed continue to do those allocations. And on the island, amongst businesses on the island, for example, it has been easier for the garbage company to send one bill. And then the bills get allocated across different entities that may be within the same building. So I think it would be an agreement up front, and then you could still do it with an allocation. Or you could certainly just develop some type of additional fee for the use of the property to cover that.
So what you're envisioning is some type of cost sharing agreement that would have
Yes.
to be put into operation.
Yes, sir.
And the allocations, which I see reflected here today, how were they established? I mean, what criteria were used to make the appropriation between the separate entities that exist?
When I first went to work for Bald Head in 2001, we were working out of the Indigo Plantation Terminal. During that time, Deep Point was built. Everyone moved to Deep Point. Although the ferry was already regulated, the ferry was regulated at that time, and you had to be very specific with the expenses that were coded to Bald Head Island Transportation. So there were allocations in place to be sure that the transportation company picked up their share of those expenses. When the operation moved from Indigo Plantation to Deep Point, the allocation was expanded and rebuilt. And then during the 2010 rate case, Mr. Hord audited the allocation process.
I see. And what were your responsibilities at that point in time back when Deep Point became operational, when you moved there from Indigo Plantation?
I was hired as chief financial officer. That's been my role since I've been with
The entire
Baldwin.
period of time.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what the actual capital investment was in Deep Point?
For the total facility?
Mhm.
For the total facility at Deep Point, I want to say it's 28 million.
About 28 million or
Yes,
so.
sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Mayfield, I have some questions for you that our staff prepared and wanted to make sure we covered. So bear with me, and the straightforward answer, concise as you can do, would be helpful. But would you agree that the ferry services have been running at a loss year over year when they're considered separately, and if the revenues from the other services owned by a limited are not considered?
The ferry services have been running at a loss, most recently at a break even, probably EBITDA. But yes, they have been running at a loss.
And do you know or have an opinion as to, under that circumstance, why the regulated entity didn't come back in for a rate case?
Actually, I do. And I was surprised in Mr. O'Donnell's rebuttal when he indicated he had theorized that it was because we were trying, our Bald Head Island Limited was trying to protect the parking imputation. And in all honesty, we never talked about that or thought about it that way. What happened in about 2016, through the rate case, we were due to come back in for audit. We met with the public staff. We had submitted the Bald Head Island Transportation Authority with the legislature, and we were hoping that that was going to be passed, and requested that we not come in for audit at that time. We would like to focus on the authority, which we expected to have completed by 2018, 2019. The public staff at the time was also extremely busy, and they felt like the authority was going to be a good resolution, good opportunity for us. And they agreed, and we did not come back in for audit at that time.
And the legislative discussions began when?
I want to say it was maybe 16, or it may have been late 15. I'm not sure off the top of my head, 15, 16. Yeah.
And so between the effective date of the 2010 rate case order up until those discussions began, would your answer be the same as to whether or not the utility had been operating at a loss, and the same reason even then as to not coming back?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
So between, say, let's say 2010 and 2014, was the regulated entity losing money or operating at a loss?
Yes, it was.
And up until that time, is your answer still the same, that you were contemplating these activities and therefore still did not come back in that interim time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you've testified that the assets of the unregulated entities owned by Limited are managed wholly separately from the ferry and the tram and assets that are regulated. If that's the case, would you contend that it's significant from a business perspective or what is the significance of the parent company contributing or imputing revenues to an affiliate?
Are you asking me, let me just make sure I understand what the question is. Are you asking me what would the significance was in imputing the parking revenue to transportation? Is that
And of the parent company doing that,
why? Okay, all right, I can explain that. During the rate case, transportation requested a $28 general fare ticket after our calculations. The public staff just immediately told us that that was going to be rate shock and we were not going to get that ticket. So we began negotiating to try to figure out where we were going to end up with the revenue on the transportation. Ultimately, after a great deal of negotiation, we ended up agreeing with the public staff at $23. But even at $23, we had deficit revenue. We were not breaking even. So there was a three-prong approach to solve that problem. One was we went back and looked at expenses and made adjustments. We were about $897,000 short on the bottom line. We went back and looked at expenses and came up with about, I don't know, 250,000. At the time, too, there had been an agreement between Limited and the village for the holding of parking fees. And Mr. Horde went and did a calculation on the imputation of parking to make up part of the deficit as well. And then lastly, there was still a deficit in the revenue, and it was determined that it was intervenor settlement, and it was funds that the developer gave to the process. And it was about 142,000.
okay. Now, to ask again about the Indigo Plantation area, it appears that there are 4 parking lots located there from where the ferry used to depart. Is that where the Plantation Marina is located? The
Yes,
Indigo
ma'am,
Plantation
it
Marina?
is.
When the ferry used to depart from there, did it own the land on which the terminal or the office was situated?
Transportation did not. Bald Head Island Limited owned the land.
All right, and Limited leased that land to
Yep.
to Indigo?
Yes, ma'am. The initial lease with transportation included Indigo and the island. And then there was an amendment done later when Deep Point was built that moved it from the island and Deep Point from Indigo.
And Limited owned that land, did they own land that was used for the parking lots at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were they ever in rate base?
No, no.
And when Indigo Plantation was in service, did the transportation charge a fee for the parking?
Yes.
All right. And those lots, they're no longer in service, or are they?
The lots are still there. They're not currently being used for our parking, although there have been opportunities for us to use the lots to assist some of the other, like the Bald Head Island Club at one point. But they
What
could be used.
what are they being used for today?
Right now, today, they're land sitting there. The lots are still there.
And when they were in use, can you just estimate the amount of acreage or the number of vehicles that could be served?
I want to say the number of vehicles was probably 11 or 1,200.
And do those lots have some waterfront acreage?
Some of the lots may have.
All right. And Limited still owns that, is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Mhm.
Were those lots ever used for anything else other than parking?
Not at this time.
Have they been,
No,
that you recall?
not that I know of.
Um, and I'm correct, the switch to Deep Point was to increase the parking area and have more spaces available for parking. Is that correct?
Well, the move to Deep Point was actually a long-term plan, both to do a new terminal and to expand parking.
Did it provide a more convenient ferry route? Was that part of the consideration?
It was a little, I don't think so. The ferry route from Indigo was not a difficult route. Either route is just one turn and then across the waterway.
Right, and then when the purchase was made and the concept of a ferry base was put into play, why was it decided that limited rather than the regulated transportation would own and control the entire property assets?
Because transportation was not in a position at the time to purchase those assets. And at one time, Limited owned the vessels as well.
And that applied to the terminal as well?
Yes.
All right. Was there benefit to Limited in doing it that way?
Well, to answer your question, I think the benefit to Limited was to have the upgraded facilities available in the transportation company for the customers. I don't know that there may have been some tax benefit and depreciation, but I don't think they would have built that scope of facility for the tax benefit at that time.
And you don't think, kind of going back to the question, but you don't think it was feasible for transportation to have purchased
No, it
the
was not.
terminal or the parking
It was
facility?
not. In fact, those discussions were held with the public staff several years before that, when they started leasing Indigo and Bald Head Island and the vessels at the time. We worked through those leases with the public staff.
All right. Is is um is there any significance to the fact that Limited controls the access from the public road to the transportation's ferry services, to your understanding?
No, I mean, I've heard that testimony back and forth today, but I would have to agree with the testimony I've heard that says you have the access easements, the road was put there to support that facility. And I don't think at this point, Limited is just still the owner of that property.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffy.
Just one question about the leases that Limited owns Deep Point, obviously, and leases to transportation. How long is that lease and when does the lease expire?
It was originally I believe it's a 5-year lease, but it's renewable every 5 years unless the parties give written notice.
Okay, and do you know when the current iteration expires? What year?
Don't quote me on this, I can find out for you, but I think it's probably two more years in the current iteration.
And are there separate leases for Deep Point and then the terminal on the island?
No, they're all in one lease.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, are there questions on Commission's questions?
Sure.
Oh, Commissioner McKissick.
Just one quick question, and maybe you can help with this. Is Limited in the process now of entering into a contract or agreement, option, anything related to the Indigo property?
Let me think about that. There is an agreement. I'm not sure if all the contracts have been signed. Mr. Paul would be the person to answer that question for
You'd be the
you.
one to answer that question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and would you happen to know what the use of that property might be if it were sold?
I believe that is really still under consideration. Mhm,
Thank you.
certainly.
All right, Mr. Farrell, do you have questions?
No questions.
The village?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So Ms. Mayfield, I just want to understand the negotiations you had with the public staff about the 2010 rate case.
Mhm.
So you originally requested $28 and then settled on 23, am I correct?
Correct.
But the $23 price resulted in a roughly $90,000 shortfall.
897,000.
897,000. Okay, wow. So I misheard that. Okay, and to try to close that shortfall, I think you said you made an adjustment of 25,000 in expenses. Is that right?
No, I believe it was closer to 250.
Okay, I wrote all these numbers down. Okay, 250. Thank you. And then another way to close the gap was what you called an intervenor settlement.
Mhm.
And what was that? Can you
That
explain
was
that?
$142,000. That was what was needed to, after the reduction of various expense line items that we were granted, and after the imputation on the parking dollars, there was still a shortfall. And that was, I think, in Mr. Ward's paperwork, he labels it miscellaneous revenue.
Okay, and that revenue came from the developer?
Mhm.
I guess they just put money into the ferry?
Yes.
Okay. And then you already mentioned the third way you closed the shortfall, and that was the imputation of about $500,000 from parking. Okay. So coming out of the 2010 rate case, I mean, there was still a shortfall of roughly $500,000 a year, absent the imputation and the developer funds, correct?
Right, about
Okay.
400, yes.
And so why did BHIT not come in for a rate case for the next 12 years to try to close that gap?
I think, well, first of all, I think the context is helpful to understand. Rate cases, at least from where I was sitting, are extremely difficult and extremely time consuming. We did not expect that we would be back in for at least 2 or 3 years. And the public staff indicated that they would not want to see us before 3 or 4, I believe it was. So, and by the time we got to that point, we were already working on the legislation for the authority. When it came time for the audit, which would have either made the decision we should go in or we should not go in, we truly believed the authority was going to be approved and we were going to be through that timeline in 18 months to 2 years. Our focus at that point was the authority.
And the authority legislation was around 2016?
That was when we probably began that. I believe it was 17 perhaps.
Okay. But during those 12 years, there was nothing preventing transportation from seeking
No,
a
other
rate
than
increase.
our time being focused in other areas at the time.
No further questions.
Mr. Higgins?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Ms. Mayfield, just to follow up on council's question. So if I understand this right, it's your testimony that through the various adjustments you talked about in connection with the 2010 rate case, when you reduced expenses by $250,000 and Mr. Horde calculated the imputation from parking revenues, and then Limited contributed $142,000, that got transportation to break even?
I believe that was, it got transportation to about a $300,000 bottom line.
$300,000, what?
Bottom line.
Meaning what, $300,000 projected in net revenue?
Yes.
So Limited puts in $142,000. So without that, the bottom line would have been 300 minus 142,
Right.
$160,000.
Yeah.
And that's what the settlement agreement accomplished?
It accomplished 300,000 to the bottom line, 8.33% return, which is what the public staff was focused on, was the 8.33% return.
Thank you.
Mr. Stone.
No, a few. Thank you. So you responded to questions from Commissioner McKissick about allocation. And you said Mr. Horde worked with the audited and worked with the allocation of cost in that 2010 rate case.
Yes,
So that was to come up with the cost of service calculations for that rate case process.
Mhm.
And so all these expenses back and forth were part of the cost of service calculations that you and Mr. Horde worked through with the public staff, correct?
yes,
And pretty much those cost allocation metrics, criteria, methodology that you mentioned with Commissioner Codfelder, those were put in place with you and the public staff, and you followed them ever since 2010?
correct.
So those allocation formulas now, metrics, methodology, you followed since the rate case, and you're working with the public staff on that.
Mhm.
I don't want you to relive the nightmare of the 2010 rate case, but it may come as a shock to this commission that that was a fairly contentious rate case, was it not?
It was,
That was an extraordinarily expensive rate case, was it not?
it was.
Subject check, one of the most expensive rate cases, probably as a percentage of the overall revenue of the utility in the history of this commission.
We have to put Mr. Stires under oath.
With Mr. Higgins and myself and an army of room full of other lawyers. That's exactly
I
right.
believe you're testifying now.
Withdrawn. Did Florida Unlimited Transportation have any desire to come back anytime soon after that experience to have another rate case?
No, I tried to delicately say that. We did not.
But you knew that you were not going to be making money.
Yeah, we did know that.
So the audit provision for the public staff in 5 or 6 years was something you were actually looking forward to at that point. Now, Mr. Mitchell died in July of 2013, did he not?
He did.
So at that point, the estate had other issues regarding starting the liquidation of the Mitchell estate.
Correct.
And that included trying to find a solution to sell Walt Allen Limited's assets.
Correct.
And so shortly thereafter, there was a lot of brainstorming and effort to try to find a buyer and how it was to be liquidated.
Yes.
And that was then when we had the meeting with the public staff in 2015, late 2015, that was all on the table at that point.
Mhm.
And when you explained to public staffs that you were in the process of trying to find a buyer and working towards that solution, what was the public staff response?
The public staff indicated that they were happy that we were looking for a resolution for the companies. They also indicated they were extremely busy at the time. And if I'm not mistaken, Duke was back on the calendar, but I don't know that for sure. So, and because we thought that we had a solution that was going to come through in the next 18 months to 2 years, they were glad for us to delay that.
Did you were asked questions about the imputation? Was Baldwin Allen Limited or should be Baldwin Allen Transportation, was the imputation consistent with their legal position about parking and that settlement stipulation?
Yes.
Okay, let me hand, I've got an exhibit that goes to this question. We're asking about the imputation. And so I'd like to approach the witness and distribute an exhibit. Mr. Wesley will help me here. So I would hand you not the order, but stipulation that was filed in that rate case, that contentious rate case. And I'll turn your attention to page number 4, Roman numeral number 3, door at the top. Section C talks about, that stipulation talks about stipulation. I mean, it's the imputation and parking facilities and so forth. Roman numeral 3 says, if you'll read with me, it says, does it not? The rate-making treatments that are subject to subsections 2C1 and 2C2 immediately above are contrary to BHIT's legal position of proceeding. And it speaks for itself. And that if this settlement wasn't accepted, BHIT preserved the right to appeal the commission's decision in the rate case, and arguing that the commission's jurisdiction to impute revenue was beyond its jurisdiction. So in fact, the position that it was very reluctant that BHIT agreed to that imputation. Is that
Correct,
correct?
that's correct.
But in order to try to avoid a hearing, after
Mhm.
all that we've gone through,
Mhm.
you agreed to the settlement nevertheless.
That's true.
I would ask that this be marked as Mayfield redirect Exhibit 1.
This is questions on commission's questions.
Okay, so
Mayfield, questions on commission's questions.
understood. But there was questions about the imputation. So thank you.
Exhibit number 1.
Okay, on the commission's questions, Exhibit 1. Also, I'm not going to take the time for that question. Well, KWO Cross Exhibit 5 was actually order in the rate case, which they've taken judicial notice. Your memory is very good, Ms. Mayfield. You remember that there was a provision of that order which says any gain or loss on the sale or lease of parking facilities owned by BHIL shall not be assigned, credited, or attributed for rate-making purposes to BHIT.
Mhm,
That was
yes,
in the commission's order in the rate case,
it was.
further acknowledging the separateness of the assets and parking from the BHIT operations. So once you met with the public staff and they encouraged you to continue to work on the sale of the assets, then that has been the focus of Baldwin Unlimited's attention for the 6 or 7 years since then, has it not?
It has been. I mean, truly the focus has been to initially work with the authority, which we continue to think would be finalized in the next year or the next 18 months. And it continued in that path, and now currently with Sharpview.
No further questions.
I'll entertain your motions.
We would ask at this time and move into evidence the exhibits that were attached to filed concurrently with Ms. Mayfield's pre-filed direct testimony be admitted into evidence along with Mayfield exhibit on the commission's questions number 1.
That motion is granted. And Ms. Mayfield, you may step down
Thank you.
and be excused.
At this time, Baldhead Unlimited and Baldhead Island Transportation will call Mr. Chad Paul as our next witness.
Do you sincerely and solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may be seated.
Please state your name, address, and employment position for the record.
Charles A. Paul III. Office address is 6 Marina Wine, Bald Island, North Carolina. I'm the CEO and manager of Bald Island Limited, and I'm the president of Bald Island Transportation.
Have you caused to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 21 pages in question and answer format?
Yes, sir.
Was that testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, sir.
If you were asked those same questions today, now that you are under oath, would you provide the same answers as in that pre-filed testimony?
I would, with 2 corrections and 1 clarification.
Okay, so would you please, to the extent you have corrections, would you please identify where those corrections are in your pre-filed testimony?
On page 20, line 1, Mr. Mitchell died July 26th, 2013. His funeral was in August, but he died in July, not August. Working back to page 11, 1 clarification so that everybody recognizes line 19 directly across from Highway 211. Highway 211 at that point in time becomes Ferry Road. There is no address on, like, we're at 1301 Ferry Road. Even though Ferry Road is 211, there's no way to address the address on 211. I want to make sure we understand that's one and the
So
same.
strike Highway 211 and insert Ferry Road.
Yes, sir. Then on line 3, it should say have historically been reduced. We need to add the word in real rate terms. So the words in real rate terms needs to be followed after the word reduced.
Those corrections. Were there 12 exhibits identified in and filed concurrently with your direct testimony?
Yes, sir.
Are those exhibits true and accurate in representing what they purport to represent to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Madam Commissioner, we would move admission into evidence, the pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Charles Paul consisting of 21 pages in question and answer format as corrected, and ask that the 12 exhibits attached thereto be identified as labeled with that pre-filed testimony.
All right, without objection, that motion will be allowed.
Mr. Paul, have you prepared a summary of your pre-filed testimony that has been filed in this docket?
Yes, I did.
If you were to, and so that would be the summary you would present to the commission at this time if presented orally under oath?
Yes, I would.
Madam Commissioner, I would ask that the summary previously filed in this docket also now be admitted to evidence in the record.
That motion is also allowed. I want to go back to your exhibits for just a minute. You indicated there were 12. Commission seems to have 11.
The 12th exhibit would have been the press release. I have the 12th on my.
Okay. Actually, I have a 12th as well. It is possible that it did not get filed. Not likely, but it was simply a press release announcing the sale of Sharpview.
All right, check the record to be sure that it's
We'll
in.
do
I
that
will
during
I
the
will
break.
still receive it and admit it if
Okay,
you tell
thank
me
you.
there's 12.
And if it hasn't been admitted, I think it's been served on all parties. We'll make sure it gets admitted in the record. Thank you.
All right, and the summary is received to be sure.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
All right, Mr. Farrow?
No questions.
All right, the village?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Paul, I'm Marcus Trafin, counsel for the village. We've had the pleasure of meeting before, I believe.
Yes, sir.
So I have a few questions for you, and they're mainly trying to tamp down some issues that have come up. So I'm jumping around just a little bit. There have been a number of questions with respect to indigo plantation, and let's maybe go ahead and take care of that first. My understanding is, first off, Limited is the owner of Indigo Plantation, correct?
Limited is the Indigo, is the owner of Indigo Plantation. The Indigo Plantation and Marina designation consists of 30 acres that reside within the city limits of Southport. And there's an additional roughly 360 acres that are adjacent that reside in the county of Brunswick County.
Okay.
So the original ferry resided on, and the parking lots resided on the 30 acres within the city of Southport.
Okay. And am I correct that you are working with a developer by the name of East West Partners to develop that property?
Yes, sir. We did withdraw our application from the city of Southport about a month ago. So we have withdrawn our application.
Okay. And that application would have covered the entirety of the 30 plus the 160 that you just described?
The 30 plus the three, yeah, to make it 400 acres. Yes, all combined. Yes.
Okay. All right. And it was a residential development. Was that the purpose of the application?
Residential, we had planned 80,000 square feet of commercial as well over there.
And my understanding is that there were some questions in particular from the city with respect to the density of the proposed development.
Yes, the issue boiled down to is that the land, the majority of the land lies within the county, but that is within the extraterrestrial jurisdiction of the city of Southport. And the issue boils down to is that land is zoned R20. And clearly for us to annex and voluntarily annex into the city, there needs to be a better revenue computation for the lot yield in order to for forward going into the city, because we'll pick up all the city services, additional electric and things like that. So there's some balance there, and the city needs more time. Their city manager has recently announced that he's leaving, and their head of planning left about 2 months ago. So they need some time to kind of sort things out.
Sure. And the plan as submitted, I understand it's been withdrawn or maybe denied.
Yes, sir.
Or some iteration of
Call
that.
it the plan. Yeah.
Okay. The plan did not involve the continuation of the parking facilities for use by Deep Point or the Ballhead Island Ferry.
No, sir. They are zoned today. They're zoned PUD commercial for parking lot use, but the plan would be in 10 years that those are condominiums. I reflected a discussion here. Old Indigo Lot B sits right on the water. And Old Indigo Lot A has partial stuff on the water. C and D are not on the water.
Okay. And although you withdrawn this permit application, I take it from the tenor of your responses that you're continuing to pursue development of this property and you're hopeful of developing it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, changing topics. There were some discussions with respect to access to the Deep Point over the roads, and I think everybody agrees that the access roads, and I don't have the road numbers, but the access roads to the terminal that's private property owned by Limited, correct?
They are privately owned roads, but there are fully recorded easements across those roads. In addition, in the lease with the Utilities Commission from 2010, there is an exhibit to that lease. That lease specifically defines what's in that lease. Specifically defined in that lease for the benefit of the utility are the roadways for the upper and lower terminal and all the exits. I thought this question was coming. I did have Krishna go get the big maps that are over there that define everything in that, and those roadways are in the lease for Baldwin Island Transportation. There were several easements recorded in January of 2000 that Mr. Gardner and the mayor would have known about because they were recorded on behalf of the authority, so that in fact the property could all be subdivided and all of the tenants, to include the third-party restaurant tenants, the third-party marina tenants, the third-party tenant called the Bald Island Club at their shipping and receiving location, would have complete access to those roads. So on all of their leases that we have with all of these tenants, it's presumed that they can get to their property without having to worry about it being told.
Correct
So-
for the record, it's 2020, Mr. Paul,
Sorry,
2020.
2020.
So let me unpack that a bit. So first of all, with regards to the leases, you're referring to the intercompany leases between limited and transportation, correct?
That is one of the leases, yes, that I'm referring to.
Okay.
We also
And-
have a 88 marina leases.
Well, with respect to the issue that we're discussing right
Okay,
now.
yes, we have we have a lease that was approved by this body that is $1,252,708. And that lease is the second largest expense within Baldwin Island Transportation. That lease and all the imputations for it was fully vetted by public staff. And within that lease, there is several exhibits to include a layout of all of the facilities and what closet is being totally 100% used by Baldwin Island Transportation and what office might be used by a real estate sales folks to break up exactly what is in that lease. And what's exactly in that lease includes the upper and lower terminal access roads.
Okay, your testimony is that those leases incorporate the entirety of those access roads back to the road that leads to the state fair.
The lease starts, the lease that is covered within the utility that is part of that lease, that is part of the imputation of or part of the agreement on the $1,252,708 in terms of the allocation for the cost that Mr. McKissick talked about. That starts right where the marina entrance is. So so if you come into the main entrance and you go around the archway to the west, and you come up and you come back like you're now level with the water, to the right is where the entrance is to the marina and the marina parking area. You know what I'm talking about? Right there is where the lease for Bald Head Island Transportation starts for those roads, and they follow all the way out to the exit.
Okay, well, the leases will speak for themselves. They've been filed with the commission. I've been through them myself, and they speak for themselves. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
If they cover the access roads, it'll say it in the lease.
Correct.
Okay. Now,
And
with
the
respect to
easements, the easements will also verify that those easements that have been recorded are for the benefit of those tenants.
Okay, so the easements, tell me who the easements are in favor of.
The easements are in favor of if we go subdivide that property up, it's based on those tenants that are there now. So we can get you the book and page number for all those easements. Those easements were recorded in January of 2020 in anticipation of the Baldwin Island Transportation Authority.
So does that include, is there an easement to BHIT?
I'm not sure how they recorded it at that time, but that would be my guess. Yes, sir.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure, but it would have been for the benefit of that lease.
Okay. Now, want to go back to, you were here for Mr. Roberts' testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Want to go back to something that he testified to and just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding. He was asked about whether issues relating to the stipulation, whether the stipulation had been vetted or discussed with the village. Do you recall those questions?
Whether the stipulation itself had been discussed with the village?
The issues addressed in the stipulation, whether that had been discussed with the village. And he said, he referenced that there were 3 meetings in the Brooks Pierce offices where Limited was also present, where those matters were discussed. Do you recall that testimony?
I do recall Mr. Roberts referencing the 3 meetings that I attended with the village.
And I was there as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I just want to make sure that there was no confusion about that. And I don't want to go into what all was discussed, but I just want to clarify that matters relating to the stipulation, the issues addressed in the stipulation that was filed and discussed in the testimony filed by Mr. Roberts in this proceeding, that was never discussed in those meetings, was it?
I believe those meetings were part of a 308 NDA. So I would suggest that they may or may not have been discussed in those meetings. I don't know if I'm permitted to say that right, but I would just suggest before those meetings, those stipulations were fully disclosed and fully discussed with the entire island community, with the two Baldwin Island Association meetings that we had. Clearly stated, it's videotaped. Mr. Roberts went on record in front of everybody in the community and said, the $527,000 of imputation, we anticipate that will stay in. He also indicated that he would provide parking. And he also indicated that he provided, and it would grow at inflation. So whether it was specifically discussed with the village in those three meetings or not, it's been fully disclosed. I don't know how we can provide any more clarity. We have a third-party buyer who's willing to step into the shoes of limited as is. We wanted to avoid this situation. Stepping into the shoes of limited as is, that means in sub 22, we're not having a rate case. It's, do you take the transportation subject to what happened in the 210 rate case? The answer is yes. In all of its in its entirety, the lease, the computation, everything.
All right, so I told you I was going to jump around. Next topic.
Yes, sir.
No parking signs. There are no parking signs up and down the road outside of Deep Point, correct?
Yes, the city of Southport, I believe, had those installed. Yes, sir.
And why was that?
Because they had folks parking that were clearly using our facility as well as the State Fort Fisher facility along that, because they're 100 yards down the road from us. And there were cars that were parking there, and those signs were put up.
Okay. Tram service. There are 23 trams, I believe, that you stated in your testimony.
Yes, there are 23 trams and I believe 24 trucks now, but yes.
Okay.
You've got a truck that drives the tram.
And these are the vehicles that are used to take passengers and their belongings to and from the on-island dock.
Yes, they leave the on-island terminal and go to the drop-off or pick up and bring back to the terminal. That's their primary route.
And is it your understanding that the commission's regulation of the ferry includes regulation of the tram service?
Absolutely.
Okay. And the commission effectively establishes the prices for the tram and treats it as revenue, as regulated revenue, correct?
Yes, so there's very little tram revenue. The tram revenue is actually combined into certain ticket classes. That's how that's calculated. We don't really have, you can't walk up and buy necessarily a tram ticket for just a ride on the tram.
So the tram is considered an ancillary service to the ferry, correct?
I would say it's fully incorporated into the system. It's not ancillary. It is fully regulated. It's incorporated into the system. It's always been designed to be that way. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, it's not a boat.
No, it's not a boat.
Yeah. Okay. So it's different modality, but nonetheless, it's considered as part of the entirety of the regulation.
It's part of the entire regulated piece. It's not an ancillary. I would not consider it an ancillary business. It is the business of running the utility.
Okay. So, so it's integral to the ferry service.
It's important to the ferry service. Yes, sir.
Okay. So assume that Sharpview acquires the parking barge assets and then subsequently it sells the parking lot to be replaced and substituted with something completely different, let's say a hotel. Just assume that, and for purposes of this hypothetical. Is it your belief at that point the commission could require Sharpview to construct a new parking lot to serve the ferry?
Subject to the stipulations that we provided yesterday, the answer would be no. Parking lot is not a regulated utility. The barge is not a regulated utility. I know we want to try to go back in history and create a regulated utility situation for valuation purposes, but that didn't occur. That history is not real.
If you would turn to page 12 of your testimony, please. Okay. So I'm interested in your comments with respect to Fast Park lines 18 through 20. Based upon my own experience and observation, Fast Park, which started as a subsidiary of Parking Company of America, provides parking at RDU Airport in addition to some other airports. So it sounds like you've done some investigation and it's your position that Fast Park provides and controls the parking at RDU Airport.
No, I think the reference is there that that's not regulated parking lots. I don't believe that those parking lots are regulated by this body. They may own those lots. They may be the service provider of those lots. The point being is we have struggled mightily to try and find anywhere in the country a parking lot is regulated by anybody so that we can actually do the analysis that Mr. Claude Felter said to compare what the regulations would be to see if we're lined up to run the business. So I think this is just an example off the hip over here at Union Station. People that are going to use the train depot are going to probably use that parking deck. That parking deck, I don't believe, we've looked into it, is not regulated. Now they can go down the street to another parking. Yes, there is competition, but they're going to use that deck.
Could we approach?
You may.
Thanks very much. If we could mark this Village Hall cross-exam exhibit number 1.
It'll be so identified.
Okay, I promise that there's a lot of paper here. We're not going to go through all of this. So the first page I'll represent to you is a response from the General Counsel of the RDU Authority to me in response to a public records request. Do you see where it says that in the first sentence of this letter?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you see that it says that she's the General Counsel of the Authority. And you see that it says that under legislative enactments, the authority governs the airport. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And then she says that the authority is a local government entity, public authority established by the General Assembly. And then she says the reference legislation is attached to the letter. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Second, she says that the authority controls, develops, maintains, operates the public parking at the airport, both the parking garage facilities between the main airport, the terminals, and the economy parking lots at the airport. You see that?
I do.
And then she says the authority establishes the rates charged in parking facilities through an annual budget process. You see that?
I do.
And then she says attached is relevant portion of their budget showing the establishment of parking rates. You see that?
I do.
And then finally, she says that their budget process is subject to Chapter 159 of the General Statutes, includes public participation, the public budget development approval process. You see that?
I would assume that means they have to follow LGC guidelines. Yes.
Yes. And if you would turn, so if the second page, it looks like this is where she's got a series of statutes as forecast in her letter providing for the statutory authorization of this authority. But just direct your attention to the last 2 pages, which, well, 3 pages, which is the attachment with the budget document that she referenced in her letter. if you would go to the next to last page, you see a reference to public parking
Yes, I do.
with a daily maximum for the various lots.
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you have any reason to dispute anything that's in this letter?
No, I don't. I think it's a great letter. I think it's a great example of why the authority idea was, I'm sure that our lawyers looked at this as an example of why the authority process was the correct process, that we worked with all of these items on pages 2 through, however, they walk and talk and look just like Senate Bill 391 that was passed to create the Ball Island Transportation Authority.
And in fact, that statute that you're referring to explicitly includes parking within the authorized authority. Well, I'm using the authority twice, but the authority that is given the ability to operate the parking lot, correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's given the power to set rates.
Yes,
That
it does.
statute. So
Yes.
the General Assembly recognized that parking was essential to the operation
Correct.
of the ferry in that statute.
Correct.
Okay. And with respect to RDU, it's clear from this letter that RDU in fact regulates the parking rates at the airport.
The authority
Correct.
regulates the parking.
Yes.
They determine what the rates are. It's not based on this body or this building determine what rates are. And I would suggest that those rates have got nothing to do with a rate-based accounting analysis on how those rates are determined. I think that you pointed out in the back here, under the second page where you highlighted public parking, I noticed those rates. Those rates, I am most certain at $26 a day or $22 a day, are not tied to a regulatory rate of return as required by this body in that analysis. This is just their competition. They're paying for a service. People that park in the airport in the premier lot, they're paying for a service. They're not running an ROI. I do not believe they're running an ROI off of a regulatory rate base to drive down the value over the next 40 years so that in 40 years, the parking rate is zero. My guess is the parking rate in 40 years for daily maximum would be probably more like $50 or $60.
Your testimony at pages 12, lines 19, beginning of 19 is inaccurate with respect to RDU Airport, is it not?
I don't know if FastPack operates. They might have, FastPack may operate them as a third-party vendor. I don't know that. So that would be incorrect. Yes, yes, sir, if that is the case. I did not mean to lead to believe that FastPack owned those lots. The question is, I believe that Parking Company America or FastPack may actually manage those lots. Don't know.
That's not what this letter says. It says RDU authority controls, develops, maintains, and operates the public parking facilities. Do you dispute that?
No, if that's what the letter says, that's what the letter says. I'm just looking at it and said, that would have been what I would have said. So this would be, if this is what this is, and that's the case, then that is a misstatement on line 20 that Parking Company America does not operate as a third-party operator. Most municipalities and most authorities do have a third-party operator. So, Mr. Boak.
Mr. Paul will just testify to what he knows.
Well, he said, based on my own experience and observations. Anyway, points made. We can move on.
I can suggest where we got that information is that we are looking into parking software, and we would have, without question, utilized as a reference to look into vendors for parking software for Deep Point. Parking Company of America was definitely one of those vendors, and we did visit a lot of their operations. And I believe one of my colleagues actually did come to the RDU airport, and that's would have been where I would have thought that it came from.
No. Can we approach with another exhibit, please?
You may.
Great. Thing aside.
Thanks very much.
Madam Chair, this is an exhibit that's actually already in evidence. This is Mr. Wright's exhibit JAW6. I was just handing it out for the convenience of witnesses and the parties to look at. Should we just keep the existing
Yes,
designation, or should I read?
yes, and just reference it as it's identified.
Okay. This has been marked as confidential. I don't think anything that I'm going to ask is confidential given where we stand now, but I'm asking counsel to let me know if.
I'm just going through it real quick, Mr. Trahan. Hold on one second. Let me just make sure.
And I promise you, I only have a few pages that I'd like to direct your attention. I have no intention of going through the entire document.
Okay, the only thing I would say would be confidential. If we have anything in here, I don't recall if we have anything that's specific to named employee matters in terms of their salaries and personnel. That would be the only thing I would want to do confidential.
I don't recall that, and I have no interest in exploring that with you. So, Mr. Paul, you have in front of you Exhibit JAW6. Can you explain what this is?
This document, I put together with the assistance of Miss Mayfield and one other colleague in August of 2021. This document would have been the base document with maybe one or two changes, but I don't believe so. I believe this is the base document that that I used to begin my formal discussions with Sharpview Capital, as well as a handful of other private equity buyers.
If you could turn to slide 5, please. Page 5 of 76.
Yes, sir.
Island location, just want to direct your attention here to the last couple of sentences. Throughout its history, everything necessary to sustain human endeavor in Bald Head Island arrived via some sort of vessel crossing the river. Today, visitors to the island, employees and contractors working on the island, island property owners, all arrive via privately owned but publicly regulated fleet of commercial ferries.
And highlighted privately owned but publicly regulated, so that it was very clear. There are probably 3 items in here discussed. Very clear to everybody in the world. The ferry and the trams are privately owned but publicly regulated by this body. And you will also see when we get to other items in here relative to the transportation, as it relates to the parking in the barge, there will be major headers throughout here that say non-regulated. So we very clearly throughout this document say what's regulated and what's not.
Yes, and I want to draw your attention to the first sentence I read there. Everything necessary to sustain human endeavor on Bald Head Island has come and is coming through the transportation facilities that your company provides.
I think it's human endeavor. That's really reference to the 1900s. But yes, we can suggest that I agree with you that the majority of whether it be humans or material is coming to the island via water. And right now, we are the single service provider for that. In so much as we've been the single service provider for that since Mitchell's bought the island in 1983.
You could turn to page 12, please. This is executive summary. The top part talks about service consolidation, integrating transportation logistics systems. And then the first, and I'm just kind of paraphrasing, trying to move this along. People come to Bald Head Island, need a place to park their vehicles on the mainland. A passenger ferry ride across the Cape Fear River may need the tram service. You see that?
Yes, I do. I took that. I helped draft that. That's taken directly from the bond offering document for the authority.
And then down below, the linkage most essential for sustained viability is composed of the passenger ferries, tug and freight barge system, supplemented by the parking operations.
And the island tram service. Yes, those 4 components.
Okay. And then you say consolidated and integrating these operations into a single entity simplifies the governance structure, or excuse me, future governance, strategy planning, funding, and operations. So it seems to me that you're describing the benefits of a consolidated operation here. Is that correct?
Yeah, the benefits that we have now. But again, these two paragraphs came directly from the Baldwin Island Transportation Authority bond memorandum.
And these, you agree with everything here?
I would agree that the goal would be to try to create some integrated interoperable capability without having to do all the machinations that Ms. Mayfield needs to do every day. That would be a wonderful thing. But we'll see if we're able to do that.
If I could turn your attention, please, to page 29.
29?
Yes, page 29.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I think the first line, BHIT has historically operated at a net taxable loss since regulation began in 1993. Sounds consistent with what Ms. Mayfield was saying.
Yes, on that, again, going back then, there's EBITDA, cash flow, and then net taxable loss, but that would be correct.
Okay. And then you describe the 2010 rate case, and you say that you're referencing the mainland parking facility operation, and you say it's extremely profitable, was judged to be adjunct to the ferry transportation service. Then you describe imputation that occurred in that case. And then you say that the commission had no interest in regulating parking, no precedent in North Carolina, i.e. Charlotte Douglas Airport, RDU, RBC Center, Centennial Authority does not have regulated parking operations. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So with respect to the no interest, I mean, the order does include a price cap for parking, correct?
It basically imputes the 523,725.
But there's also, you can't raise prices. It's in the order. You
Oh,
can't,
so
you can't raise
let's
parking rates.
review that. That's great that you brought that up. So everybody wants to know why we just didn't write a check for $667,000. We wrote a check for $124,000 from the developer unlimited. Why not write just the 667 and just call the 523 basically a donation from the parent? In that same order you're talking about, there is a letter that is referenced in that order dated April of 2009. That letter dated in April 2009 is between Mayor Lambert and my former predecessor boss, Mr. Kent Mitchell. Recall that Baldwin Island Limited moved officially to Deep Point in June of 2009 is when we began service operations in June of 2009. We'd been building Deep Point for 2 years. Getting ready to announce we're moving to Deep Point. Going to move to 1,955 striped spaces from basically 1,000 plus, I think it's 533 spaces difference between here and Indigo. Mr. Lambert was concerned that Mr. Mitchell would take advantage of the move. And so Mr. Mitchell, without the Utilities Commission, entered into a side letter agreement with Mr. Lambert in April of 2009, months before this body got finished doing what it was doing in December. And I would suggest, my recollection, I was on the board of the Mitchells at that time. I took the role as CEO, unfortunately, on almost the day, 12 years ago. And I signed Mr. Finley's order. But the notion of where did the idea of imputing parking came from? It came from that letter. And in that letter, Mr. Mitchell indicated that he would not raise the daily rate greater than inflation until 2016. And I would suggest we didn't raise the rates until July of 2019. So if there's a big mystery, and there's a lot more people here, this is like a big reunion to 2010 with Mr. Higgins and Mr. Fulton and Mr. Wright. That's very simple. That's where the idea came from the community parking. It's in the order. There's a signed letter, April 2009, way before. That's why parking, in my opinion, was imputed because there was a way not to have $667,000 given.
Okay. So,
But that's where the agreement to not raise rates at the parking lot was a third-party separate agreement between Limited as the owner of the parking lot and the mayor, Mr. Lambert of the Village of Bald Island at that time in 2009, not to raise rates greater than inflation until 2016. I believe in the order, the letter indicated the general rate. I believe the order talks about some other rates too, whether it be the premium parking lot or some of the other lots that we have, that would also apply to those lots, not just the general lot.
so the order itself says BHIL agrees not to increase the price of seasonal, non-seasonal daily parking rates currently in effect in any 12-month period an amount greater than inflation. It goes on and through December 31st, 2016. But that's in the order. You're not denying that.
No, I'm not, but that reads exactly to the exhibit of the letter that's also in the
No,
order
there's
as
a
Exhibit
separate
C.
provision that deals with the letter.
Okay,
You recall that? There's two different provisions dealing with parking.
correct.
The one I just read,
Mhm.
and then the second one, which you're alluding to, which deals with annual parking patrons. That's also in the order, and it says that the Limited has agreed to honor that pre-existing letter and extend the term of that commitment consistent with the daily parking commitment.
Correct.
Recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition, in the order, it required Limited to provide notice to the commission prior to any sale of the parking facilities.
Yes, the 90-day notice. Correct. That was also in there.
Okay. Now, with respect to your reference to the airports and all that, do you have any basis for believing that the commission would have regulatory authority over another governmental body?
No, I would not.
Okay. Yeah. And
But I'm
these
also-
are all governmental bodies, right? RBC Centennial Authority is a statutory body created by the legislature and viewed with statutory powers. The Charlotte Douglas Airport is owned by the city of Charlotte.
Mhm. But I'm unaware of this body regulating any parking lot anywhere around
But
those.
those parking lots are regulated by the
No,
government.
they're not regulated.
They're regulated by
They're
the
owned and
government.
controlled by authority that maintains a service rate for parking in those facilities. It's not regulated in the sense of this body and what we were talking about.
And if a citizen goes to the airport and they don't like the rate, there is a process by which they can petition the government to have that rate changed, correct?
They can petition the authority to try and have the rate changed.
Okay. Now, with respect to the last sentence here, Utility Commission has never sought to regulate tug and freight barge. You've never asked the commission whether or not the tug and the freight barge is subject to regulation, have you?
No, because they've never come to say that they're going to regulate it.
Well, so it's the commission's obligation
No,
to
it's
go
not.
out and
It's-
find out whether or not you need a certificate.
No, we don't need a CPN for that vessel because it is classified as a tug and freight barge by the U.S. Coast Guard. And I would suggest that, as was pointed out in Mr. Fulton's cross, the majority of those vessels and those items that you talked about today, all of those ferries that transport what you talked about, Morrisville, the other two that you did, I would suggest that every one of those ferries is regulated by the U.S. Coast Guard as a T-class ferry, not as a tug and freight barge. So I would suggest that the language in the legislation that's all, or the language in the law that talks about what a person is versus what a passenger, what a tug and freight barge requirement is versus a T-class ferry boat, that stuff coming from the federal government, that's what we're supposed to follow.
So
That's what we're supposed to, that's the definition. The definition of a person there, I would suggest, is the same definition of a person here. A passenger in that legislation would probably be a passage here. I have been working with the Coast Guard a long time. I have not had any issues where there is any misunderstanding between what the federal Coast Guard regulations are as it relates to what this body's rules and regulations are.
So let
None.
me be clear with respect to your reference to federal regulations and the barge. So I asked Mr. Fulton, your witness with respect to the barge, whether or not the determination of regulation is a matter of state law. And he said, yes, it's a matter of state law. You just referenced federal regulations and said, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I heard you saying is the commission's got to follow the federal regulations.
No, I didn't say that. I said the definitions.
Let me finish my question. Let me finish my question. So we can debate about what the regulations say, and I think we will. But is it your contention that the federal regulations preempt the commission's authority?
No, they do not preempt the commission's authority.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you would turn, please, to slide 44. And really the only thing I want to highlight here is, again, you're highlighting to the potential acquirers of this system that parking is very profitable operation. You see that in the first sentence?
Yes.
And if you just flip over to the next page, in fact, you've got this graph showing the line going up in a pretty dramatic fashion in terms of parking operations, revenues, income through 2019. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. If you bear with me 1 second. Thank you, Mr. Paul. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Paul, Dan Higgins for the Bald Head Island Club. Good afternoon.
How are you, Mr. Higgins?
I'm all right. How are you? You suggested in your testimony filed in September that the lots at Indigo Plantation could be used for overflow parking. Do you recall that?
In September, yes, I do recall that.
And if I'm correct, that's never actually been done since Deep Point opened in 2009.
No, it's never been done. We did work with the Bald Island Club, and you might remember, Mr. Higgins, about 15, I think. The club was looking to host a PGA event, and there would have been massive amounts of day trippers and how to organize that. And the idea was, could we use those lots to ferry people over by bus to take the name? But that is the only time we've ever talked to anybody about doing that. Yes, sir.
And that didn't happen.
And that did not happen.
And my understanding, to follow from Mr. Traven, is that Limited actually now has, I'm not sure the right term, but I'm going to just call it a permit to develop, has an existing permit to develop the Indigo property for residential development for about 800 homes or so.
We file for a PUD and an annexation piece. We do not have that done. We do not do that. But I would suggest where you're headed, it is not anticipated that those lots would be available for remote parking.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for getting us there. Now you heard Mr. Steyer's testimony as to the rigors of the 2010 rate case.
Yes, sir. I think I had the pleasure of meeting you via phone on the last day. Yes, most of the blood had been spilt by then, so I was fortunate.
Well, the day's not done.
Yes.
Isn't it also true that the imputation of the $523,000 in parking revenue in that case was also a product of the fact that the interveners in the rate case had requested and were advocating that the commission regulate the parking operations?
Yes.
With regard, well, no, strike that. Turn to, if you would, your Exhibit 12. And unfortunately, this is the Exhibit 12 you don't have. This is the press release.
I just want to make for the record that the commission does have it on its system. We just didn't have it with us, so it's filed. Yes.
Okay. And do you have it, Mr. Paul?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And this is a press release issued on, well, I'm not sure when, May 31, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that quotes you in the second paragraph as saying that describing the proposed transaction with Sharpview that, and I'm quoting, this agreement transitions them, referring to the infrastructure operations and assets, to a reputable and experienced owner and operator with deep ties to North Carolina, said Chad Paul. That's you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you said.
Yep.
Now, the proposed purchaser of the ferry transportation is an entity called, if I'm right, Bald Head Island Ferry Transportation, Inc. Is that correct?
Transportation LLC.
Okay, LLC, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's a brand new entity, isn't it?
That will be a brand new
Yeah,
entity, yes.
does it exist now?
I believe the entity exists, but I don't believe it exists in that name. I'm not sure. They may have changed the name, but it is anticipated that that will be the name.
If it exists at this point, it's an empty shell.
It's an empty shell.
So what reputation does it have at this time?
It would have no reputation other than the people that are standing it up.
And what experience does it have in terms of operating a ferry system at this time?
That entity has nothing in it, so it does not have any experience in operating it.
And the parking operations are proposed to be conveyed to a different entity called, if I'm right, Pelican Logistics LLC.
Yes, sir.
And do you also understand that to be a newly created entity?
Newly created entity, I don't think it has anything in it. It's a shell.
Yeah, just a shell. Does it have any reputation at this time?
No, sir. Only the people that stood it up.
Does it have any experience in operating parking?
No, it does not.
So your statement that these assets would be, was that these assets would be transferred to a reputable and experienced owner and operator. That's not really the case, is it?
I would suggest that you're parsing words, but yes, that would be the truth. But I would just suggest that the owner of those entities is are controlled by Sharpview, which has a very, very good reputation in the communities that it works in.
But that may well be true. Sharpview is not an experienced operator of ferry systems, is it?
No, but they will have all of the employees and all of the management team going forward with that.
I'm just talking about what you said in your press release.
Yes, sir.
It's not an experienced, Sharpview is not an experienced operator of barge operations.
No, it is not.
All right, sir. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, redirect.
Can we just take a 5-minute recess before we start? I mean, I know we're trying to get rid, we've been going at it for now over 2 hours. So just to I want to be as organized and as quick as possible, and 5 minutes would be helpful.
Let's come back on the record at 3:55.
Thank you.
The record. We'll redirect.
And while we have been on recess, I've tried to facilitate by distributing some exhibits that I want to ask Mr. Hall to identify, if I may. May I perhaps, to facilitate that, may I actually approach the witness and at least have him identify those exhibits in order while I'm standing at the witness stand with that microphone?
You may.
Thank
You
you.
may. If
Mr. Paul, there's been several questions and discussions over the last 2 days about ensuring access to the ferry terminal. So I'd like to hand you a document that's a narrative legal document that's been filed in the Brunswick County Register of Deeds office, the heading of which states declaration of easement for Deep Point Marina, and ask that that be identified as CAP Redirect Exhibit 1A, if I may. And it's ask if you recognize that, Mr. Paul.
Yes, this is the master filing for Deep Point only, the Deep Point property only, that I executed in January of 2020 to provide the easements across all of the parking, across all of the access roads at Deep Point.
it'll be identified as CAP Redirect Exhibit 1A.
Then I'd like to hand you a related exhibit that's appears to be surveys, and in fact, the heading on the right-hand side is Subdivision Survey for Bald Head Island Limited LLC, filed in Map Cabinet 119, page 1, and ask that that be identified as Paul Redirect Exhibit 1B. Surveys.
All right, it'll be identified as CAP Redirect Exhibit 1B. I mean, yes, 1B.
1B, yeah. And ask if you recognize that, Mr. Paul, as related to 1A.
Yes, this is, these are all the overlay maps defining all of the areas at Deep Point to ensure that those areas have access to that part, has access to those roadways.
Certainly you're not a lawyer, but the intent of your executing those easements were to ensure that any future separate owner of or separate tenants or lessees of the terminal have access to public road. Is that correct?
Yes, not only that, I am a developer, so I do this quite a lot. If you look at the right-hand side, you can see two columns at the top. That is exactly how many items are referenced in the Alta survey to provide those easements. And that would be very extensive relative to anything else filed, but those are all the reference points in the document.
Is your understanding of the significance of those documents are to ensure public access to the ferry terminal and the areas around it?
Yes.
And that was actually executed in contemplation of the authority purchasing the assets.
That's exactly why it was recorded.
Next, I'll hand you a colored map with the letters A, B, C, D, E in different colors of areas, and ask that that be identified as CAP Redirect Exhibit 2. And ask if you recognize this is a map with the letters A, B, C, D, E, and ask if you recognize that, Mr. Paul.
Yes, I do recognize this. This is one of several documents like this that is attached to the 2010 ratified lease between Bald Island Transportation and Bald Island Limited. And as you can see, the pink area is the roadway that is part of that lease to include the upper terminal road and the lower terminal road with access back out onto Ferry Road.
All right, this document will be identified as CAP Redirect Exhibit 2.
Thank you. And that is attached to the Fair Terminal lease.
Yes, and I had Krishna bring the other documents as well as that one in the big form if someone on the commission wants to take a look at it.
So it's your understanding that the lease with that exhibit also provides a contractual leasehold right to public access for the ferry operations to public road.
Not only to just the ferry transportation company, but to all the other tenants as well.
Including the barge as well.
Including the barge, including the shipping and receiving facility that's operated by the Ballhound Club, including all the slip owners.
There's been discussion, good bit of discussion about the 106 acres directly across Ferry Road. So just to make sure that and what it looks like and what the sign is. So I'd like to hand you two documents that are reproductions of photographs and ask you if you recognize first what those photographs are. Paul? If you recognize what they are.
I do recognize them, and these are actually brand new signs. These are the signs that Miss Gilbert has relative to the 106 acres across the street from the entrance to D Point.
Okay, before you go further, having identified that he recognized those, I'd ask that those two photographs, the one from a distance, be identified as CAP Redirect Exhibit 3, and then the close-up of that sign being CAP Redirect Exhibit 4.
They'll be so identified.
And is that sign directly across from the entrance into the
There's
Deepwater Park?
one sign, it might be 20 feet to the west of one entrance. The other one is at the start of the street where you turn to come down Ferry Road.
And approximately when was that sign put up, if you know?
Okay, this is a new sign. And my guess after the discussions here today, somebody probably went and put it in the back of their car so they can go buy the property. But this property, my understanding, this property has been on the market for over a decade. And I think it's actually gone under contract a couple of times. I do believe right now it is under contract, though. They're working, trying to get their entitlements.
Outside of the property that the sign shown on redirect exhibits 3 and 4 is on, is there other undeveloped property on the north side of Southport?
That's where the most undeveloped property availability is across from on that side of Southport. Yes.
And what, both on the water and off of the water?
Most of it's off the water.
And is there undeveloped property within a 5-minute drive?
Yes, we have 3.5 acres within a 5-minute drive.
Given the availability of property that could be purchased within a 5-minute drive, and we've established that there's no current parking lots that are immediately now competitors, why hasn't there been competition for parking facilities?
Because the service and the price for the lots that we have relative to the unit demand that's available has not required anybody to do that. I would suggest anybody that's come in to create a secondary parking lot operation, shuttle, or buy this property and walk across the street is taking a big chance on the fact that there's enough unit demand to support that. And I would suggest right now, other than a handful of times a year, during the year, the unit demand is not there.
There's been a testimony that the barge landing on the island is somehow associated with or part of the ferry terminal. Is that the case? On the island?
No, it is not. It is across. It's across the way from the ferry terminal, and it's serviced by the barge access road the ferry terminal is serviced by the ferry access road.
And the island barge landing is adjacent to, in essence, a public street in.
Madam Chair, if I could just interject here, I don't recall asking any questions about the barge landing. It seems like we're doing some direct as opposed to redirect.
Okay. There was a lot of questions. I'm trying to, who exactly asked them? I'm trying to stay within the scope of the cross.
I don't recall questions on the barge either.
Okay.
So I sustain.
There were questions by Mr. Higgins regarding your press release.
Yes, sir.
On Exhibit 12. Exhibit 12 to your testimony. Let me refer you to the pre-filed testimony of Lee Roberts. It's already been admitted, and there's an Exhibit A to that pre-filed testimony. That's the proposed organization structure. And I'll just ask these few questions right here while I'm looking at that. So in that Exhibit A to Lee Roberts, that has the operating entities at the bottom that Mr. Higgins was referring to, does it not?
Yes, sir.
But it shows that the ultimate owner of that structure is Sharpview Capital.
Yes, sir.
And Sharpview Capital was the owner that you were referring to in that press release, was it not?
Yes, sir.
The Project Pelican confidential memorandum that Mr. Trathman was referencing to, you said a lot of this information had come out of the bond offering to Bald Head Island Transportation Authority.
Yes, this information would have come from primarily really three documents. One would have been any of the financing memorandums, which would have served as the foundation for the bond offering memorandums.
And the bond offering memorandum was part of the information that was in the financing application to the local government commission, was it not?
Yes, sir.
So this type of information would have been before the LGC and its consideration.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did the authority provide other information to the LGC as part of that consideration of the bond, the financing approval by the LGC?
Yeah.
Madam Commissioner, I've got to pose the same interjection that Mr. Trathman did. We didn't ask this witness any questions about the authority or the financing prospects with the LGC or anything else.
I sustain.
Okay. Mr. Higgins did ask you about, again, your exhibit number 12 with, and the contents of exhibit number 12, which was the press release. You know, when you said in your answer on redirect that Sharpview is stepping in the shoes of Bald Head Island Limited.
Yes, sir.
Would you, elaborate on, what you see as that meaning for the operations serving the customers of Bald Head Island? That Bald Head Island is stepping in the shoes and what implications that has?
So what that implications are is that Sharpview is purchasing not just the ferry, tram, barge, parking operations. Sharpview is purchasing all of the remaining operations of the Mitchell family or limited, to include the shipping and receiving operation, to include the marina operations on the island, to include the marina operations at Deep Point, to include the on-island well, God forbid, parking operation that maybe they'll come and try to have regulated, that operation as well, and several commercial pieces of property.
They will have the same position that the Mitchells have had historically for the last 30 years on the island.
Yes, and when they close, they will have a greater investment on the island and off the island than the Mitchells will have when it's done.
No further redirect at this time.
All right, questions by the commission? All right,
Madam Chair, if it would be possible to indulge me for just 1 minute, this redirect exhibit, this easement, is new to the document. We filed testimony with regards to the access issue. They did not file any counter testimony. They've interjected this new document in a way that I've not had the opportunity to respond to. If you just requested 2 questions of this witness, this new document, we served discovery. They didn't provide any information, and now this has been come up in a way which we don't have an opportunity to respond to.
Mr. Tratham, I think this document speaks for itself. It's a public record. And I'm not inclined to indulge you on this one.
That's fine. We'll just deal with this in briefing.
Thank you. So I will entertain motions.
We would ask that the 12 exhibits that were attached to the pre-file testimony of Charles Paul be admitted into evidence and in the transcript in this docket, as well as redirect exhibits 1A, 1B, 2, 3, and 4.
That motion is allowed, and those exhibits will be received into evidence.
The village would move into evidence. It's one one cross-examination exhibit. The other document was already in evidence.
That motion is allowed as well. Mr. Paul, you may be excused.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I believe that completes the respondent's case.
No. That concludes the respondent's case at this point, Madam Commissioner.
All right. Back to the village on rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. The village would call Scott Gardner.
Mr. Gardner, you remain under oath, so I don't need to swear you in again.
Yep. Mr. Gardner, welcome back. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Scott Gardner, 429 South Bald Head 1 on Bald Head Island.
Are you the same Scott Gardner that offered direct testimony in this proceeding?
Yes,
And did you cause to be filed rebuttal testimony consisting of 19 pages and 2 exhibits?
yes,
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you the questions in these pre-filed submissions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
Did you cause to be filed a summary of your rebuttal testimony?
I did.
And is that summary true and accurate to the best of your information,
Yeah.
I believe? Madam Chair, I'd ask that Mr. Gardner's rebuttal testimony be copied in the record as if orally given from the stand, and the corresponding exhibits be marked for identification as set out in his pre-filed submission.
That motion is allowed.
I also ask that his summary be entered into the record.
That motion is likewise allowed.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
All right, Mr. Higgins.
I don't have any questions for Mr. Gardner.
All right, BHIT.
We have no questions.
Mr. Fair?
No questions.
All right, any questions from the commission on rebuttal? Well, now, Mr. Gardner, it seems like you, well, let me hold on and get my motions.
Yes, thank you. The village would move into evidence, Mr. Gardner's, two pre-filed exhibits.
All right, without objection, that motion be allowed. And now, Mr. Gardner, you may be excused.
The village, would call to the stand, Dr. Julius Wright.
Dr. Wright, you're no stranger to that seat, and you still remain under oath.
Thank you, ma'am. I just hope I do as good as the last witness.
Somehow, I don't think you will have the same fate.
Good afternoon, Dr. Wright. Please state your name and address for the record.
Julius A. Wright, 6 Overlook Drive, Cartersville, Georgia.
And are you the same Dr. Julius Wright that offered direct testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
You caused to be filed rebuttal testimony consisting of 29 pages and 7 exhibits, not with one of those exhibits having 33 subparts.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I would note that Dr. Wright submitted an errata on October 11 to his rebuttal testimony that made corrections to pages 12, 13, 23, and 28 of his rebuttal testimony. Dr. Wright, do you have any additional corrections that need to be made to your rebuttal testimony other than is contained in the errata?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And if I asked you the questions in these pre-filed submissions today as corrected, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Did you cause to be filed in this proceeding a summary of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
And is the summary accurate to the best of your information and belief?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'd ask that Dr. Wright's rebuttal testimony be copied into the record as corrected as if orally given from the stand, and the corresponding exhibits be marked for identification as set out in this pre-filed submission.
My motion is allowed,
I'd also ask that his summary be entered into the record.
and that motion is allowed as well, and the summary is entered into evidence.
Witness is available for cross-examination.
All right, Mr. Higgins?
I don't have any cross-examination questions for Dr. Wright. Thank you, ma'am.
BHIT.
Right, you're almost going to get just like Mr. Gardner. Just have a touch. You talked in your direct testimony and as well regarding your JAW7 exhibit where you examined other ferry operations. The only rebuttal question I have for your rebuttal testimony about that is well, first, did you gather all the data for JAW7 yourself?
Yes. Well, I gathered it and I gave it to the attorneys, and they had a mapping thing that instead of using the maps that I had, they were able to draw circles on it. So they used my data, but they added some circles to make it much clearer. I can explain a little bit more if you want me to, but
I wouldn't understand it if you could try to explain the mapping function, but I don't have any questions about the mapping part.
okay.
Dr. Wright, when you encountered a jurisdiction on your list for analysis, and that jurisdiction was itself participating in the marketplace for parking by offering municipal parking that was within the zone you drew around the ferry, you recall that there are some of those where that service is provided by municipality?
Yes.
When that was the case in a particular example, did you count that as a jurisdiction where parking was regulated because the municipality was one of the offerers of it?
Yes, I did. That would, and I think I designated it. So in my final exhibit, it would say municipal parking.
And the only other question I have on your rebuttal, Dr. Wright, is when you gave an example in your rebuttal regarding 4 other ferry services in North Carolina that were first passenger and vehicle ferries.
There were actually 3, but one of them ran 2 ferries. So it was, but they were 3 common carrier certificates, but 4 ferry services, if that makes sense. Plus the North Carolina DOT ferries also carry both passengers and vehicles, some of them.
Fair correction. And the only question I have about those is simply the fact that they carry passengers would have required them to get certificate.
I think the way the common carrier statute reads, and let me be very careful here. It reads that, and it's in my rebuttal on page 8, quoting GS 6236. Any person other than a carrier by rail which holds itself out to the general public to engage in transportation of persons or household goods, one or the other, for compensation, including transportation by bus, truck, boat, or other conveyance, except unless they're exempted. It goes on to say that they are transporting persons or household goods by motor vehicles or any other form of transportation. That's what becomes a common carrier. You don't have to be a self-propelled ferry. You don't have to be a barge service. You don't get exempted, for various things. It says by any form of transportation. So having served and having to interpret the laws that we were given, the way I read it, and I'm very simple-minded in this, I ask myself, well, do they fall under that statute as a common carrier? So I hope that answers your question, how I looked at it.
That's fair.
Mr. Reisinger, you need a microphone. And it's not because we don't hear you, but these also
So sorry.
On streaming.
Dr. Wright, as part of your work, did you do anything to observe the operations of the ferry operated by Limited?
Yes, I actually scheduled some time when I came up here to Raleigh for my deposition. I knew I was coming and I lived in Wilmington for a number of years. I had some friends down there, so I called them. And it's right after I got out of my deposition, I drove down, spent the night in Wilmington, and then myself and this friend and his wife, we drove down to Southport, went to the Deep Point facility, rode the ferry over, toured the island. We borrowed a golf cart and toured the island, then rode back. Then I drove over to Indigo Plantation. We drove through Southport, bought some ice cream and stuff, and just to get a feel for the area, because I hadn't been down there in a number of years, probably 15 years or so. I may have been down there during the 2010 hearing. I just didn't remember that. I did remember playing golf though down there before 2010. So yes, I did visit and actually rode on your facilities or your ferries.
But not the barge. You rode on the ferry.
We drove over there to the extent we could and looked at it. I just, then we actually passed the barge on the way.
And did you observe any of the barge's operations during your tour?
Other than just passing it as we were going on the water, that's all I recall, and just seeing the barge and seeing the trucks on it.
I think I saw that you've been with us all day. Were you here when Mr. Fulton testified?
Yes.
Right. Is there anything about Mr. Fulton's descriptions of how the Limited barge operates that you would dispute based on your analyses in this case?
No, I think he was correct that they load trucks and vans, and they carry household goods in those trucks and vans and various things, food. I have no reason to dispute that.
But we have no further questions at this time.
No questions from me.
Redirect.
Yes, Dr. Wright, with respect to the last question with regards to Mr. Fulton's testimony, counsel asked if you had any disputes with respect to his description of the facility. I understood you to agree with his description, but your agreement was limited to the operational portion of his testimony, correct?
That's correct. And let me just be clear. I heard all the discussion about, well, is it a freight or is it not freight? Is it a barge? Is it a boat or whatever? If you read that common carrier general statute, as I just did a minute ago, it says any form of transportation. It doesn't just limit it to a self-propelled ferry. It says any other form of transportation. And it doesn't have to be that the barge, I heard all the discussion about, well, is it a person or is it a passenger? Read the general statute and it says it's transportation of persons or household goods. You don't have to transport both. You can transport one or the other. And you can do it by bus, truck, boat, or other conveyance, and any other form of transportation. And you can do it by canoe, I guess, and you could fall under the common carrier statute. So as I look at it, it's quite clear if if it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. And that's how I looked at this, and I said, gee. So I heard his testimony and how he talked about how the barge was used. I don't have any dispute there. But whether it falls under the common carrier statutes that you ladies and gentlemen are looking at, I think it's clearly that it does, without question.
That's all I have.
All right. Questions from the commission? Dr. Wright, just briefly, in your rebuttal testimony, you discussed the ferry examples, and I wanted to ask you, could you tell us a little bit more about those ferries, like you heard in the discussion this morning, and what specific scenario or set of circumstances you would contend be most analogous to what we're dealing with in the Bald Head situation?
Well, let me segregate it into two different groups. There were 41 ferry examples in Mr. Leonard's testimony. So I went back and looked at those because I was curious how they treated parking. That was really why I was looking at those to start off with. And what you find out when you look at these examples and you start pulling them up on the internet, you have to look at, okay, where does a barge originate and where is it going? And ask the question, well, what parking is available there? And when I looked at those examples, there was nothing really real analogous to Bald Head Island. Some of those examples, we talked about Catalina Island. We're going to Catalina Island. I mean, that's right off of Los Angeles. So the barges are leaving from Los Angeles. And I've been to Long Beach. It's a big urban area. There's parking everywhere around that thing. The Catalina Island Ferry does not offer parking, but it's everywhere around it. And all one has to do is go on the internet, and these barge services actually tell you where the parking is. So when I did that, I found out, well, all of these other barge services, they don't just have one parking spot and that's it. I mean, the average had, I think, 2.6 parking lots within 300 yards, and I used that because that's how long the Bald Head parking lot is from the outermost parts of it. I figured, okay, let's see how many parking areas are as close as the Bald Head lot. Well, that was one measure. And then how many parking areas are closer than Indigo Plantation, which the other side has offered as an alternative. And I think the average number of parking lots closer to Indigo Plantation was like right at 5. So we're sitting here with 1. Secondly, I looked at these other areas and I asked, well, is there any other way to get to this place? We talked about Key West. You can drive to Key West, you can fly to Key West, you can take the Fort Myers Ferry, which was one that Mr. Leonard had on his list. But there were other ways to get there. So when I looked at all of these, there were none that were quite comparable to Bald Head Island. So that's the one group, that group of 41. None were exactly comparable. And certainly none were sitting there with only one parking lot available. Second is you ask about, or we talked about the North Carolina ferry systems. there are, as in my rebuttal, I point out 3 other common carrier certified ferries that carry both trucks and passengers. And if you look on my rebuttal exhibit 1, for example, one of those, and that's the Cape Lookout Cabins and Camps. In that ferry system, you can reserve to carry a truck. And they have various size trucks. And then if you look on my exhibit, rebuttal exhibit 2, that's the Davis Shore Ferry. Again, they carry various size trucks, and I actually have a listing of their trucks, JAW rebuttal exhibit JAW2, page 7. There's a list of the type trucks they carry, and under 20 feet, over 20 feet, 224 feet. So at different prices. And I also called these ferry services and I asked them, well, do you charge for a truck? I asked the lady, well, if I bring my pickup truck, do I just pay for my pickup truck or do I have to pay for a passenger? They said, well, you pay for a passenger too. So in the 3 examples of North Carolina ferry systems, you'll pay a passenger fee and you will pay a fee for your truck. Now, Bald Head doesn't charge for the passenger, but what they didn't tell you is I compared the prices of these other ferry services. And cabins and camps, if I drive my pickup truck there, for me and my truck, it's $138. I'm sorry, $128. They charge $180. For the Davis ferries, it's $101, $16 for me, $85 for my pickup. They charge $180. Closest I can figure is what I. For Morris Marina, they charge me $18, $125 for my truck. That's $143. They charge $180. I go up to a larger size and I get the same type of price differential. So from that, I assume, well, maybe they've got the charge for the passenger, included in their ticket price because they're charging more than any of these other 3 ferries that are giving the same service. And I looked at the mileage that the ferries were running. Davis is running about 4 miles. I think the barge runs 4 to 5 miles, so it's not a difference in the length of the trip. So I looked at these and I said, well, these ferry systems are much like the barge system. You drive your truck on, you ride over, you drive your truck off. You have household goods. You can have a truck that's carrying stuff from Home Depot or whatever you have in there. So it's really it's pretty much the identical system. It's just their barge is pushed by a tugboat and these are self-propelled boats, but go back to the law. It doesn't differentiate by that, the North Carolina law. And I don't know that the federal law impedes your jurisdiction in any way. And finally, the North Carolina ferry system, they actually price like Bald Head barge system prices. I talked to the people at Fort Fisher. They say, you drive your pickup truck onto our barge, we're going to charge you 1 fee. I said, what if I got a friend with, you're going to get 1 fee. You don't have to buy a separate ticket for the passenger. So they charge just like the Bald Head barge service charges, and that's a North Carolina DOT ferry system. I hope that answers. I tried to be as complete as possible.
Thank you for that. Questions on commission's questions? Mr. Higgins?
No, ma'am.
BHIT?
No.
All right. Well, Mr. Eisinger was very truthful. You almost had the same fate.
Surprises me too, madam.
All right. I'll entertain your motions.
So yes, the village would ask that the exhibits to the rebuttal testimony of Dr. Wright be entered into evidence.
All right. Without objection, that motion is allowed. There's nothing else for this witness.
Thank you.
Now you may be excused. All right, the commission would, so many papers. Thank you. Would ask that, proposed briefs and orders be filed within 2 weeks of the availability of the transcript. Is that acceptable?
It is.
All right. Anything else to come before the commission at this time?
Not from the village.
All right, well, thank you, gentlemen, and Ms. Hawkins. Thank you very much. We'll be adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.